which is a heck of an it's very humble. That was a moment of humility. Said now is the time. This new person, this new woman can do this. What I couldn't do.
There was almost a biblical resonance where like she came so close, and there was an emotion that was
the promised land.
The promised land, right? She almost got to the promised land, but not quite. Won the popular vote, but didn't win the electoral college in 2016, right? But I think even more importantly, emotionally, she clearly was feeling the moment herself and really showing a lot of love for Kamala Harris, someone who they overlapped a little bit, but Harris is from a new generation, and she may end up, if she's successful, winning the presidency and doing what Hillary Clinton wasn't able to do.
Okay, penultimately, Jared, we heard about Kamala Harris from female lawmakers and others, including her best friend, who've known her mostly in a professional capacity, as the best friend aside, highlighting her in that professional capacity as an intuitive friend. But they also highlighted the things that she did, right, as prosecutor, as attorney general, as DA. But they specifically highlighted things, obviously, that they see as positive, right, like negotiating with the banks after the housing crisis to get far more money than the initial settlement called for. These were carefully guided things to point out, right, and not any of the negatives, as you would expect. Did we learn enough about her?
Well, I think we'll see how the next 3 nights play out, but it is part of this convention, and part of really every convention, to tell a story, the story of the nominee, trying to build that narrative, come out of here with Americans having a more favorable view of the nominee, or at least knowing more about the nominee than they did coming into the convention. In the case of Kamala Harris, you have seen these speakers lean into her prosecutor background, that she is uniquely qualified to make the case against former President Trump, that she worked not just kind of in the law and order side, but on social justice issues, on environmental justice issues, on regulatory and banking and financial issues, and that she did all of it with an amount of grace and understanding and bringing people up with her. I think that is a challenge that, for certainly for worse, I was going to say for better, but for worse, that women have to overcome that men don't, right? You don't often hear candidates who are men get talked about in the way of, well, they've always brought up the person beneath them, right? You hear that so much with women, or whether they do or they don't, and that was a part of the presentation that they made about Kamala Harris, and I imagine it's a story that we'll hear more about from more witnesses and more advocates here over the next 3 nights.
Okay, Tuesday night, tonight is, I believe the theme is A Bold Vision for America's Future, if I remember that correctly. Do we need, now we've heard from Kamala Harris's friends, from people who've known her in a professional capacity, highlighting a bit of her work. If we're going to talk about the future tonight, are we going to hear about policy?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to watch the past with Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama speaking Tuesday here tonight. I think sometimes the themes don't necessarily match the speakers, but look, these are two of the most Clinton and Obama, the strongest political athletes of their time. Yeah. So I really am interested to see how they're going to frame the case for Kamala in their own speeches and how they kind of build off of each other. Because look, you can't ask for 2 better speakers in Bill Clinton, even at his age. He's now sort of in the golden years of and taking a step away from politics, and Obama, who's still in his prime, sure, and still can give a really good speech.
All right, Fox News Radio political analyst Josh Kraushaar and Fox News Radio's Washington, D.C. correspondent Jared Halpern. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me.
Thanks, Jess.
Thanks, Jess.
Kalin Company, weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process is ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Summer congestion got you down. Whether it's allergies or a summer cold, being congested can ruin your whole day. You feel tired and run down like you're missing out on summer fun. At Navage, we're here to make breathing easy easier. Navage uses patented gentle suction technology to help clear out allergens, dust, and mucus without drugs. In just 30 seconds, you'll be on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi,
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for our Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. Everyone is talking about it. Be with me on September 12th as we talk about the election, politics, and all things Trump. It's huge. Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. September 12th, Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and ride shares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including back-to-school supplies. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
40 days to lose up to 40-plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
People are talking about Window Nation. One customer said,
"We couldn't be happier. This was a great experience."
Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Act now and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st, so schedule a fast in-home estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or at windownation.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Calling all Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A good start to the work week on Wall Street Monday. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both up for the 8th straight session, their longest winning streaks of the year. The NASDAQ also now out of correction territory. The Dow has also been up 5 straight days and 7 of the last 8 and closed Monday just 1% shy of a record. The Dow gaining 237 points, the NASDAQ up 245, the S&P 500 gained 54. NVIDIA rose close to 4% for its 6th straight day of gains and its longest winning streak since late March. The AI leader will report earnings next week. The Conference Board's leading economic indicators pulled back last month, down 0.6%, a larger decline than economists were expecting. The Conference Board's report has been predicting a slowdown in the economy for more than 2 years. And Lowe's will report second quarter earnings today. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
While this is the Democrats' week in the spotlight with their convention in Chicago, former President Trump is trying to counter their message.
Kamala puts America last. I put America first.
That was at a Trump rally yesterday in York, Pennsylvania.
With your vote, we will unleash explosive economic growth and vast new prosperity for all of our citizens. We will put more money into your pockets and create millions and millions of new jobs.
The former president will also visit several other battleground states this week, Arizona and Nevada and North Carolina. And today, he'll go to Howell, Michigan, a state that also has a Senate seat up for grabs, one of several that Republicans hope to flip from Democrat blue to GOP red. And since they're already expected to win in West Virginia, taking just one more in November, like Michigan, could put Republicans in the majority in the next Senate. Former Congressman Mike Rogers is the nominee after a primary win in Michigan 2 weeks ago.
It was a good one. All 83 counties and 65% of the vote in a four-way primary. So strong start to the November dash here.
Rogers is facing Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin in a race to replace retiring Senator Debbie Stabenow.
So it's all about those kitchen table issues that are hurting Michigan families. And second, right on the bottom of that, I mean, and sometimes it goes back and forth, is illegal immigration. We've had a bit of an illegal immigrant crime problem here in the state of Michigan that is brought by these wide open southern borders, and people are very, very concerned about it.
You know, Democrats are pushing back on this, especially lately. The numbers at the border, the encounters of people crossing illegally are down. The last report showed that we are back to the levels in 2020. So they're saying that the Biden executive order, they're taking care of the problem.
Yeah, 10 million illegal immigrants later. And the fact that these crime waves are coming, and that's part of, as a former law enforcement guy, I can tell you. So the first wave of millions of illegals that got here are now starting to get, chafe under this no status, basically. And the crime rates are going up. We had an 11-year-old girl raped by an illegal immigrant in the last month. A 9-year-old girl was a guy exposed himself to her in a store. And again, I can tell you that's just one step closer to doing some sexual assault. The sexual assault of a 14-year-old girl in my home county, which is a pretty safe county. They have caused this problem. There is still a problem. They're saying it's down. So it went from really, really bad to just bad. And they're not doing anything about it. They're not doing anything meaningful to stop this. And one really important number, about $350 billion the federal government spent on room and board and stipends and a debit card and a phone and the health care. That's enough money in Michigan to pay for every Michigan teacher and every Michigan state trooper for 15 years. All of that weight is on the minds of these voters, and I think Democrats are going to pay a price in November for this nonsense.
Now, there's going to be a Trump event. The former president will be in Michigan later today, focusing on safety and security. He was in Pennsylvania yesterday, focusing on the economy. Will you be with him?
I will. And, it's funny that the sheriff's department of which he's going to visit is where I got my first start in law enforcement. I was a Marine patrol officer. I volunteered to go with the guys on Marine patrol on our lakes. We've got lots and lots of lakes in Michigan. Great experience. And so I can talk at depth at what crime is doing to people. Really, we need to remind Americans that there is a very high cost in these victims' families that they seem to forget. And certainly lots of members of the press try to, gloss it over because it's just a stat to them. But these are real consequences for real families. And we're going to bring this to light and let people know that there's a better way to do this.
Democrats have tried to tie you to some of the criticisms you've had in the past about former President Trump, and you're going to be with him on Tuesday. What do you say when they bring that up?
We are in the same boat. We agree on securing the border, Donald Trump and I. We agree on making sure that we have safety brought to communities, not illegals brought to communities. We agree that we have to do something on grocery prices and gas prices and interest rates. We agree that EV mandates are destroying American auto industry. And so there's no distance between us on any of those issues. And we actually have solves for those problems, where the other team is just saying, I wasn't really responsible. Maybe next time I'll get at it. And boy, those prices are bad. Maybe we ought to do something about it. They are in power, have been in power, and have caused this problem. And so what people here in Michigan know is that Donald Trump and I are going to fix these problems when we get to Washington, D.C.
Congressman, your Democratic rival, Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, she's had a small lead in this race in several different polls lately. She has commented about how there is an energy in this race, a momentum in this race for the White House now that Vice President Harris has become the nominee. And she says Democrats can look to Michigan if the vice president can win the White House. You have a Democrat who's in power as a governor, who's a woman attorney general, a woman in office as secretary of state, and the senator that one of you will replace is a woman, Debbie Stabenow. The momentum, do you feel it too? Do you think Democrats have some more energy than they had?
I think what we see happening is a candidate that has gotten never one vote is now the nominee and has not been scrutinized by anybody, not by the press, not by their own party, about her kind of things like price controls, EV mandates that are destroying auto jobs here in Michigan, the fact that she was the border czar, and we have huge problems. We talked about the criminal aspect, the cost, the social cost of spending all of our taxpayer money on illegals. Once that gets fleshed out, I think this is just a short-term sugar high in politics. I just don't think gender is going to be an issue in this. I think when you get to the end of the month and your paycheck is gone and you still have groceries to feed your kids, that's the issue. It's not about race. It's not about gender. It's about the color green. And the color green in Michiganders here is being taken away from them by inflation, by bad policies, by government intervention in your life in ways that were just unimaginable a few years ago. And they're tired of it. And so I think that excitement is what's going to make the difference. Talked to a woman the other day who's 4 kids, both her and her husband are working. Her paycheck, her food budget ran out by the end of the month. She now has to go to a food pantry the last few days of the month in tears. This is not who she was. This is not where she wanted to find herself. So you can talk about all the other nonsense about gender and all of that. But what she knows is she can't afford groceries for her 4 kids because of the policies of Harris and Slotkin and Biden, and they're done with it.
So in Chicago, in addition to the Democratic convention, there are protests, pro-Palestinian demonstrations, angry over U.S. support of Israel in the war that continues in Gaza. You were the chair of the House Intelligence Committee when you were in Congress. That area, the Middle East, it's like a powder keg. There's a lot of concern about Iran. Foreign policy, you're focused a lot on domestic issues. How much is foreign policy a factor in a race like yours?
You know, it's not significant. I know a lot about it, spent a lot of time in my career protecting America, both in the Army and as a special agent with the FBI battling organized crime, and as a chairman of the House Intelligence Committee trying to keep America safe. It doesn't rate right up there when you can't put food on your table it doesn't really matter what's going on. There is a segment of Michigan that is very concerned about it. And when you look at the policy that's dragging us into a conflict in the Middle East by the Biden-Harris administration, their actions towards Saudi Arabia, taking away their ability to defend themselves against the Houthis, taking the Houthis off the terrorist list, all of these things led to this mess that you have in the Middle East. Paying hostages Iran for hostages $6 billion, letting Iran sell oil. All of that cash started working around into these proxies. And has just got us entangled in a terrible way in the Middle East. So we do talk about it, and communities, there are certain communities here certainly are interested in it. And if you want to stop that entanglement, you want to stop being dragged into conflict, you need to vote for Donald Trump and Mike Rogers, who know and understand that these small decisions you made up front on Saudi Arabia, on the Houthis, on letting Iran sell money, had major consequences, negative consequences in the Middle East. And we can kind of reorganize that and push Iran back in its box and stop the conflict.
Do you feel pressure, Congressman? You haven't had a Republican elected senator from Michigan in 30 years. That was Spencer Abraham, who lost his reelection bid. He became the energy secretary under President George W. Bush. Do you feel pressure because Republicans, if they win in Michigan, if you win in Michigan, you might have control of the Senate? I mean, this race could be a factor for that.
That's not pressure, that's motivation. Listen, people are motivated and fired up. You've had two senators that are Democrats for 30 years, having these meetings, saying the same thing to each other, and it's cost us. This is the first year that we had to import more food in America than we exported. Thank you, Democrats. This is the first year that foreign cars produce more cars in America than our domestic makers. Thank you, Democrats. This is the first year that the interest payment on our national debt is bigger than Department of Defense. Thank you, Democrats. People understand who's created these problems, and I think they're looking for a change in Washington, D.C., and I'm going to be that change.
There has been a lot of talk and effort trying to get debates in the presidential race and in the vice presidential race. In Michigan, do you have debates set up with Congresswoman Slotkin?
We've agreed to 3. We're trying to nail them down on the dates. I would do one in August here just to kind of straighten out the record. We're going to continue to push them to have to get on stage and answer for these policies. And one of the reasons they're, attacking, me and my family personally is because they cannot talk about the issues. They cannot talk about the border. They cannot talk about crime. They can't talk about the negative consequences of EV mandates. They can't talk about the high cost of groceries. They're celebrating that inflation is only at 30% higher than it should be. And again, people who are on the ground know it. They're struggling. Even had a woman, by the way, had her wedding canceled because the price, they had a price clause in when she first negotiated for her wedding. Prices have gone up so much from 14 months ago till today. It put her out of range for her wedding. People know that. They know who is responsible for it. She's just distraught about it. She's a young woman, works at a factory, doing everything right, now can't afford her wedding. Thank you, Democrats. So I think there's going to be a price to pay in November that people aren't factoring into the polls. We're pretty fired up about that.
Well, you have 11 more weeks to make your case. Mike Rogers, former congressman, now the nominee for Senate in Michigan for Republicans. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Dave. I really appreciate you being here.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of 2, and a grandmother of 2. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Feeling congested? At Navage, we know life is better when you can breathe freely. Congestion shouldn't ruin your summer. That's why people just like you turn to Navage, a revolutionary and easy way to help clear nasal passages. Using gentle suction, Navage removes allergens, dust, and mucus in just 30 seconds. It's fast, gentle, and incredibly effective. Try Navage and get on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri, a great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneri and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneri's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Rosetta Stone is the expert in language learning. Get 50% off a lifetime membership. Visit rosettastone.com/radio today to purchase and learn for life.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President Biden delivering the keynote speech at the Democratic National Convention last night, telling the audience that in his half century in politics, I gave my best to you.
I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that.
Meanwhile, former President Trump hammered away at his rival during a campaign stop in York, Pennsylvania Monday.
There will be no fracking if she's elected in Pennsylvania or anywhere else. You'll have energy that will go up 3, 4, 5 times. You'll be paying $10 a gallon for gasoline and a lot higher than that.
Trump revealing Monday Kamala Harris declined to take part in a proposed Fox News debate September 4th. Instead, he'll appear in a town hall hosted by Fox's Hannity. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Commanders have their quarterback. Washington head coach Dan Quinn named second overall draft pick Jaden Daniels the starter on Monday. At least 2 of the 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round of the NFL draft will now be under center for Week 1, as the Bears named Caleb Williams the starter in May. Of the 4 remaining first-round quarterbacks, 2 still have a shot at winning the starting job. Drake May is competing with Jacoby Brissett in New England, and a starter hasn't been named in Denver as Bo Nix vies for the gig. J.J. McCarthy is out for the season in Minnesota with an injury, and Falcons rookie Michael Penix Jr. will sit behind Kirk Cousins. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Every time that I get out on Caleb Williams, there's something that I see or something I think about, and he pulls me back in. I get pulled back into Caleb Williams, and I think, guy's a hell of a talent. His dad has trained him for a long time to be this franchise NFL quarterback, and he is a great athlete, and maybe he does have what it takes, and maybe I'm being a little bit rough on him. And then he paints his fingernails, F the opponent on it or whatever. And I'm out on him again. Okay, maybe just boys being boys, kids being kids. Who knows? Still a great player, but maybe not the best leader. And all this time, I hear his interviews during the draft process, see his interviews when he gets drafted, think, I kind of like Caleb Williams. I think it's really going to work out for the Bears because he has a great supporting cast. And then, inevitably, something happens, and I pull back away. That's something this time is, the dude's got a purse.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
The Accord Hybrid, CR-V Hybrid, or the new Civic Hybrid. From Honda, the 2024 Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Overall EV and Hybrid brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2024 Accord Hybrid or at 4.9% APR on a 2025 CR-V Hybrid or Civic Sedan Hybrid.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, if you're over 40, we got to talk about lower testosterone.
Lower testosterone impacts millions of guys, so it's important you know the signs.
Like feeling lower energy levels or libido, losing muscle, or being out of shape.
So, what can you do? That's where Nugenix Total T comes in. Nugenix is a testosterone booster that can help guys get back to how they felt before lower testosterone.
And right now, you can actually get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix to try.
The fact is, lower testosterone doesn't go away without doing something about it, and Nugenix could be the help you need to trim up, stay lean, and get back the energy you used to have.
Text CAR to 369-369 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text CAR to 369-369. That's CAR to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Catch some Rays when the Phillies host Tampa Bay on Monday, September 9th, Tuesday, September 10th, and Wednesday, September 11th, all at 6:40. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. The Stros are coming to town on Monday, August 26th and Tuesday, August 27th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, August 28th at 4:05 to take on the Phils. Don't miss this matchup. Order tickets today at Phillies.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Hey, I'm going to let you in on a little wireless hack that can cut your cell phone bill in half every single month. Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, they want you to believe that you need unlimited data so they can overcharge you. Well, here's the fact. Most of you are buying way more data than you'll ever need. Now, Pure Talk, my cell phone company, only charges you for data that you actually need. For example, for $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 5 gigs of data plus mobile hotspot, $25. And do you know what you can do with 5 gigs of data? Well, you can browse the internet for 135 hours, stream 1,000 songs, and watch 10 hours of video. Stop overpaying for wireless. Get 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Check in with one of Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team members. No contract assigned, no activation fee, and you can even keep your phone and your phone number. Pound 250, keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month from Pure Talk.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kalin Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Tuesday, August 20th. It is indeed Kalin Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. Action-packed Tuesday. Day one of the DNC in the books. Day two on deck. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
It was getting pretty thick last night. Getting a little heavy last night in Chicago. It's like deep dish pie.
They said bye-bye to Joe Biden.
Bye-bye, Joe. And hello, Greg.
I mean, so, first of all, they pushed a speech to 11:30 last night.
Yeah.
It finally wrapped up at, 12:45.
First time in history that I've been asleep at night earlier than Joe Biden.
And they, and what did they do? They made him a delegate from Delaware. I mean, just a kick in the nuts. to Joe Biden on his way out, right?
There's so much to react to from last night. My God.
And can I say one thing, too? Hillary Clinton hates Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
All the glass ceiling crap.
And the cracks.
That she was
looking at the cracks in the glass ceiling.
That she was saying last night, and we have all the audio, trust me. I was hard at work very early this morning.
I will get you, my pretty.
Pulling it all. Just the contempt on her face, knowing that Kamala Harris might be the first woman president.
To do what she couldn't.
Do.
Yeah.
It's just, she is... Do you think she's secretly voting for Trump?
Poll question. Poll question. Who does Hillary hate more? Bill, Donald, or Kamala? Could be neck and neck down the stretch to come.
Yeah.
So many thoughts and reactions from everything that transpired from the early evening hours up until probably well past midnight. We'll get to that this morning. Certainly a lot of it in the build-up yesterday to the nightcap will be highlighted in the big take, and then, as Greg said, a ton in the cut sheet.
By the way, and we have the audio, the CNN anchors said, and even they laughed at this, said that the DNC's excuse for everybody going on late is because of the raucous applause. Oh, that is just a bunch of crap.
So
I hate these people.
You were not feeling the energy in the building last night?
Truth be told, I didn't watch a second of it last night. I watched it all this morning.
All right. We've got a lot of good things to get to. We'll get to our big take also this morning. Even in the buildup yesterday, the official platform or program of the DNC did not get edited in the last month because Joe's name was everywhere in it, not Kamala's. You know, it was, and I thought my daughter's fifth grade orientation was a mess yesterday.
Yeah.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we go into the elementary school, and it looked like the teachers hadn't touched anything in the building since they left on June 14th. You talk about unprepared individuals, which I hate more than anything in this lifetime. Might have to rip teachers later today. So, yeah, Randy Weingarten.
Really pisses me off.
I might have to come for the teachers union today.
By the way, if you're watching right now on YouTube, new graphics for the YouTube chat. The
Time
YouTube
and
channel.
temperature at the bottom?
Absolutely. Come on.
Woo.
Come on.
Time and temperature.
So can we get like the COVID death tracker up there as well? Cases are spiking, masks are out.
Yeah, I like it.
I do like that.
It looks good.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
All right. Lot to get to. 6:04. Let's get to the news first and foremost. Round number one. The great Dawn Stenzlin.
And good morning. We are sponsored in Kalin Company this August 20th. 63 degrees, by the way, this Tuesday morning, and sponsored by Macy's. Thank you, Macy's, for sponsoring us on this back-to-school shopping week. So let's talk about it. We'll have all the Democratic National Convention live updates with, of course, President Joe Biden, who is said his emotional farewell yesterday, and today we'll see Barack Obama today. Meantime, we had J.D. Vance midday, lunchtime here in Philadelphia, as well as Trump was in York, Pennsylvania. So a lot of politics swirling. Other news of the day in Philadelphia, we have word of two women. This is under investigation. Two women who are critically injured this morning after an SUV struck their ATV in Philadelphia last night. Now, I should point out that even though the vehicle, the SUV struck their ATV, it happened after 8:30 last night. And so police are saying this happened at Kensington and Castor Avenues in Philadelphia. What police have said is the SUV driver is fully cooperating, but that in fact this ATV was illegally on the streets, did not have any kind of a light, and there was no way that the SUV could have actually seen it, or it would have been tough to see. So officers called to that scene where both victims, women in their early 20s, were suffering extensive injuries. In fact, one of the women was unconscious. She may not make it. The other woman was screaming and writhing in pain, but they were riding this Honda dirt bike. Again, not street legal, did not have any turn signals, lights, or even a license plate.
Okay, and I just wanted to get clarification because I'm not up to speed on the ATV game, but they are banned on city streets, period, or do you have to have a specialized license to have that on the roads?
They're pretty much, unless you're in a certain area that might allow them and then it's registered and it's proper, there's some hoops you have to jump through.
Okay.
That's none of this.
Okay.
This was, most of them, to my knowledge, are not street legal.
Okay.
Isn't it odd, too, that women are driving these ATVs?
Oh.
You usually see men doing this.
Yeah.
Is that a sexist take?
I don't know.
No, I think it's an accurate take. Yeah.
Women can have fun too, Greg. Did you not watch the DNC last night?
Women clearly can't drive, so there's...
Oh, no.
But women can be unburdened by what has been.
Yes.
And, shatter ceilings.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Maybe they're trying to get to Chicago to see the legendary speech.
ATVs for Harris.
We have in Montgomery County, this is in the suburbs of Montgomery County, outside Philadelphia, a Republican leader in Monco is saying that she's facing backlash because she says she publicly has been supporting Kamala Harris for president instead of Trump. And so, in fact, a Republican leader, Matt McCaffrey, now believes his controversial endorsement led to him being targeted in a swatting incident that was last Friday.
How does, well, I guess you had me at Montgomery County. I can speak first and foremost to that county. But again, I just don't understand how any Republican in their right mind, now I'm assuming he's not a super conservative Republican. He's probably more of the Chris Christie ilk. Just a guess. I have no idea. I've never heard of the guy. Maybe that's my fault. But how do you arrive at the conclusion that you're going to support Kamala Harris? I mean, if you're gonna sit it out and not vote for Trump, I mean, I'm not happy with you, but okay. But don't vote for her. Come on.
Well, they released home surveillance images showing McCaffrey surrendering his hands up to Upper Marion police officers as they approached his porch with firearms. It was after midnight, and the police said they did receive information about a possible hostage situation at the home of McCaffrey. Officers responding found no issues at the location, and it's still an active investigation. They're not going to speculate. They don't have a motive. He released a statement saying, quote, "Me and my wife met at the top of the stairs, and I was like, I think we've been swatted."
You think this is staged?
Well, it's my wife and I. It's not me and my wife.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
Well, yeah. Well, at least you're consistent.
So
I take some abuse with that. At least you're going to do that in the quotes in the news. All
not
right.
me and my wife, sir.
All
but I'm
right.
glad they're okay. But he believes that it was politically motivated.
Okay.
Although the police are not confirming that at all. They're saying that they are investigating it, and the police are saying that if indeed somebody did this as some kind of a prank, that they took those officers' resources away from other, So if somebody's caught doing this, obviously it's a felony crime.
Right. And by the way, this, according to what you're saying here, this guy comes out with his hands up. What if this guy was shot and it was all a prank?
Forbid.
Yeah. We can't have resources in Montgomery County diverted away. I mean, the cops need to be, focused for like the latest, Picasso being stolen or something.
Picasso?
I mean, come on.
From the blue period.
I will say this. I am sick of the whole swatting concept. It's starting to get on my nerves. Got to be honest.
Yeah, it's
run its course.
We have in New Jersey, Senator Bob Menendez slated to resign by the end of the day today. This about a month after that jury had convicted him, as we reported, on federal bribery charges. So signaling his resignation will come later. I don't have a time. They're not releasing a time frame, but the official resignation will happen today, that he will leave. And then an interim's being appointed, and that is Helmy, who we've talked about, who was Murphy's former chief of staff, only for about 11 weeks. And then obviously the election will decide who takes the senator spot. Will it be Democrat and current Representative Andy Kim, or Republican hotel developer Curtis Bashaw? So they're facing off in the November 5th election.
What do you think the odds are that Bob doesn't have a good stay in the joint? Pretty good, safe, easy pick?
Yeah, I don't know if would he be in.
When does he report to prison? Do we know?
So he's not. I don't think he's reporting today. That's not what's happening today.
Okay.
I'll get to that for you.
We should send Rooney down there to cheer him on if he goes in.
We have the Jersey Shore losing an icon. Sad news with word that Roy Gillian, the former mayor of Ocean City, New Jersey, founder, obviously, of Wonderland Pier, which we know now is going to be shutting down for good this fall, he has passed away, and his family releasing a statement about him. But really an icon down the Jersey Shore and obviously in Ocean City. He founded Gillian's Wonderland Pier right there at 6th and Boardwalk back in 1965, which his son is the one who announced its closing at the end of the season. He was 94 years old, Roy Gillian.
Wow. We also lost Phil Donahue yesterday.
Phil Donahue.
You see that? 88 years old.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to say something about Phil Donahue because he's remembered for the that crap that he did on daytime TV. But I would like to say that Phil Donahue was the only public figure, the only talk show host at the time in 2000 and whatever it was 3 who had a nightly show on MSNBC and spoke out against the Iraq War. And MSNBC fired him because he spoke out against the Iraq War. Wow. So I would just like to say he was ahead of the curve. He was right. And, you can say what you will about his legacy of schlock TV, but he was way ahead of the curve on that, and he was right. Thank you.
So he shared an opinion that was factually correct, and he got fired for it.
Well, at the time, in 2003, nobody could speak out against the Iraq War. You were unpatriotic.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was widely popular. Congress voted for it. It was. You're right. I think Bernie Sanders ages well on that one. Rand Paul ages well on that one.
WMD.
There were a few people in Congress who, didn't buy it. But he leaves behind Marlo Thomas, his famous wife. I interviewed her back in the day. She had this book, From That Girl to This Woman.
Mm-hmm.
It's very. So she had released a statement, a lot of tributes to Phil Donahue, the late Phil Donahue, kind of kicked off that talk show programming that Oprah Winfrey
I was
stole.
just going to say, wasn't that the battles in the late 80s, he and Oprah?
He invented that type of talk show. Oprah Winfrey, before Phil Donahue, did this very safe, let's talk about how you're feeling. And then he came in and it's like,
shook it up.
And was like, okay, let's see here. You're having an affair with you. Let's talk to these people.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
then
Oprah.
comes Springer and Maury.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he was the originator of that. Phil Donahue was way ahead of the curve on a lot of the things. And I know a lot of people on this, on this station will say, well, he was liberal, he was this, but he was way ahead of the curve on a lot of stuff.
There you go.
The difference I will say between Phil Donahue or Jerry Springer, Oprah was known for taking it and not being the sensationalist. It wasn't who's the baby daddy. It was more positive energy in the book clubs.
But then she sold right out as soon as Phil Donahue and all these other ones got in there. She was like, I need to get on that gravy train.
Could Oprah run in 2028? 610.
She had the morals and the clarity of a chimpanzee. But
Wow.
yeah, sure.
Yeek.
Are we putting Oprah in the same category as France, the Kennedys, and Springsteen?
No.
I'm just checking.
She's an American icon.
She's not.
Yes, she
No,
is.
she's hideous.
Yeah, I don't know about an icon.
Come on, man.
No, the brand
Oprah.
is pretty powerful.
All right, let's get to our...
I didn't say she wasn't. I didn't say the brand wasn't powerful. I'm just saying that she's
a hideous human.
No, I don't know her personally, so I can't say that. I'm sure she's a lovely human, but I just don't like her.
All right, there we go.
Thank you.
Does Greg Stocker like anyone?
No,
Not really.
I barely like you.
And I'm paid to.
Well, you're going to love the forecast.
Yes.
75 degrees, partly sunny, mostly sunny, a few clouds rolling through, and that's much of the same for today and tomorrow. Thursday, we tick up a little bit to 78 degrees with mostly sunny skies. So really, what a treat we're in for. Friday, we start that warm up, 82 degrees, still remaining sunny. And then the weekend, back into the mid-80s. Saturday, 85, bright sunny skies. Sunday, 87. And then into next week, Monday, we start back into kissing 90, if you will, 89, 90 degrees for the beginning of next week. A lot of schools starting college move-ins, all of that. So clear skies, and wow, what a gorgeous full moon, that bright moon and it's a blue moon. We have a super moon and a blue moon as we kick off the DNC, by the way. We are sponsored by Macy's this morning. Back to school at Macy's. It's all about fresh starts, new looks, save on must-haves like cargos, mini dresses, jeans, and more that are going to hold up from the first day of school to the last. Plus, you'll find all the top quality brands that you really love. Shop Macy's and make the first day back the best one yet. Check out Macy's.com/back to school today. Thank you, Macy's, for sponsoring Kalin Company News, first edition. And we're looking for our fills. Getting her done in Hotlanta in Atlanta, heading to Atlanta for this series against the Braves.
Must see TV tonight.
Oh, so light some candles, say some prayers for our fills. And this is Kalin Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16. Let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kalin Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, one down at the DNC, 3 to go as day one of the DNC in the Windy City has come to a close. Monday was labeled For the People, interesting, as their night one theme. Speakers included Joe Biden and Philly girl Dr. Jill, as well as Hillary Clinton and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Today it'll be Barack Obama, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. And there is a stark contrast between the two campaigns for the 2024 presidential election. On the left, you have lunatic fringes like teachers union boss Becky Pringle yesterday afternoon shouting at the DNC incoherently. Listen and watch this clip.
This is what I know. Labor. We're going to win all the things. We're going to win all the things. We're going to win all the things. That's what's going to happen.
Good to know. That, in a nutshell, is what Trump is up against. And do you want that lady teaching your child, once again shouting, we're going to win all the things? After going to a back-to-school conference yesterday, I certainly would not. And then you have Donald Trump on the other side of the spectrum in Pennsylvania yesterday, speaking in York on topics that really matter. Listen and watch this.
I'm here today to deliver a simple message. When I'm back in the White House, America's future will be built right here in Pennsylvania. And it will be built by American workers like you. It'll be all over the country we'll be building, but Pennsylvania is always a big factor.
A big factor. You have fracking, drill, baby, drill. It's all about energy prices. Seems simple, also accurate. Pennsylvania is a big factor. Now back to your regularly scheduled left-wing yelling. Listen and watch this clip.
Every family is our family. Every family has an LGBTQ person in it. Just remember that, okay? Be there, stand with us, fight for us.
Actually, my family does not, but that was Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey at the DNC LGBTQ caucus. That was a meeting on Monday. The Dems love their segregation. They love to separate you and stick you in a certain box. That was the LGBTQ box. Meanwhile, J.D. Vance here in Philadelphia with a simple, measured, common sense message. Listen and watch this.
The way to destroy the wages of American workers is to import 20 million illegal aliens and let them stay here with work visas.
Seems like a pretty good plan, does it not? That was, in a nutshell, what has been going on for the last 4 years as we struggle while people get brought in illegally and they take up the lower-paying jobs. Democrats are catering to the fringe left-wing progressives. I would argue Republicans catering to the masses. We're talking about economy. We're talking about inflation, crime, wars, and the border. Some of us shout like raging Karens to get our message across. Others just lay the facts out, feelings be damned. But that's unfortunately what this election comes down to. See, it's not about the issues. Trump leads on over 60% of the issues, including every single one of the top 3. This election is about men v. women, due diligence versus dopes. It's about paying more but seeing less mean tweets. All they want to do is sell fear. Meanwhile, Republicans have the solutions to the issues that plague America, but at their own right, they can be their own worst enemy plenty of times. And leading up to Monday night, it was clear that the mainstream media isn't buying the unity of the Democrat Party, which is fascinating because on one hand, they've created this media-driven hype, and that's really what I think it is, over Kamala Harris. Yet on the other hand, they've pointed out her communist policies, her flip-flopping and copycatting of policies of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance on 2 or 3 different issues. But the mainstream media continued to poke holes in the galvanized Democrat Party. Yesterday, Yahoo, Politico, and the New York Times all channeling their inner John Fetterman of truth, if only even for a brief period of time. Yahoo News with this headline, quote, resentful Joe Biden set to snub Barack Obama and Kamala Harris speeches at the DNC. While the Democratic Party leadership is putting on a united public front, Yahoo writes, Joe Biden's simmering resentment over the quiet coup that ended his re-election dreams may be bubbling at the surface. Here was the big guy last night in Chicago late in the evening before he skedaddles on out of the Windy City. Listen and watch this.
Women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding.
Now you see why they subverted democracy. Maureen Dowd, columnist for the New York Times, writing that, quote, powerful Democrats pushed President Biden out in a coup, saying, quote, even though it was the right thing to do because Joe Biden was not going to be able to campaign, much less serve as president for another 4 years, in a fully vital way, it was a jaw-dropping punch. Dowd goes on to write more, saying, quote, at some point when the polls cratered, Democratic mandarins decided to put the welfare of the party and the country ahead of the president's ego and stop catering to his self-regarding fantasy that he was the only one who could beat Donald Trump, end quote. And speaking of Joe Biden, how convenient that these new details dropped on Monday, lost in the shuffle of the DNC, the day that Biden was set to speak. Listen and watch this breaking news report from Fox News.
This is a Fox News alert. All new this morning, House Republicans finding President Biden and his family received more than $27 million from foreign individuals and entities since 2014. Lawmakers call it an impeachable conduct. Brooke Singman is in Chicago with this story. Brooke, good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, Ainsley. I obtained a copy of this 292-page report from House Republicans. They're on the House Oversight, Judiciary, and Ways and Means committees, and they've been leading this impeachment inquiry against President Biden for months. So they said their investigation found that President Biden engaged in impeachable conduct and said he abused his office and, quote, defrauded the United States to enrich his family.
Always interesting how revelations become reality once a Democrat is out of office or it's a formality that they have one foot out the door. Remember the Robert Hur lost transcripts? Suddenly they were found after Kamala Harris took over as the nominee. Now Biden has committed impeachable offenses. Isn't that ironic? Republicans couldn't find milk on a dairy farm until it's too late. But back to the resentment and ill will. I have zero doubts in my mind that the Bidens and the Obamas hate each other. First Joe, then Jill. Per an Axios report, Morning Joe regular contributor Mike Barnicle exploded at a former top Obama White House official that he crossed paths with over the weekend at a Red Sox game at Fenway Park. The official, who remains unnamed, approached Barnicle and said, quote, isn't it great that effing guy finally figured out he had to quit? To which Barnicle replied, what guy? The unnamed official said, Joe Biden. To which Barnicle said, F you and F all your friends. Put your name on it next time. You thought the Red Sox and Yankees were rivals. Sheesh. And what about Dr. Jill? Reportedly, from the Daily Mail, she had 3 words for Kamala Harris as the new nominee after subverting democracy and stealing what Joe Biden rightfully won. Remember, he got 95% of the vote in the primary. Those 3 words, we love you. Donald Trump will have to defeat a female in 2024 if he wants to get back into office, and he's checked that box before. 8 years ago, he rolled the victory in the Electoral College when nobody gave him a chance against Hillary Clinton. Here was the hairdo queen herself last night in Chicago. Listen and watch.
I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide.
8 years later, you can still see that Hillary is seething. But don't forget, folks, as she said, Kamala's got your back. She's had your back for the last 3 years and 10 months. What has that gotten you? It is the bane, by the way, for Hillary Clinton, the bane of her political existence, losing to Donald Trump. But Chicago also has a large African-American population, as does many major market cities that Democrats cater to. Want to pass along this polling note, which I thought was interesting. According to Rasmussen, Donald Trump is polling at 29% with black voters. I've said 20% seems about right. He was at 6% in 16, 12% in 2020. I think at a minimum this year he gets to 18%. If he gets to 25%, he wins the election, especially if he's north of 40% with the Jewish vote. So there you have it, the DNC last night. All the uppity-up, biggity-big indignitaries spewing their nonsense. We'll break it down as we continue this morning from city to city, state to state, nationwide. There you had it last night, the DNC. But just keep this in mind, 3 days left. Just 3 days left for the honeymoon. Then I believe reality returns because Kamala Harris can run, but she can't hide. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kalin Company.
All right, we have a lot to discuss from last night's everlasting festivities that went well into the wee hours of Tuesday morning, and we will break it all down and take your thoughts and reaction if you stayed up to watch it. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. Let us hear your opinions on the YouTube chat. And by the way, don't forget the voicemail feature. Just download the Odyssey app, tap that little microphone next to Listen Live when you're streaming us on 1210, and tell us what is on your mind. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it is Kalin Company on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This week, all eyes are on Chicago for the Democratic National Convention, and Rich Zioli is there.
While our economy is doing well by many measures, prices for everyday things like groceries are still too high.
Listen this afternoon, 3 till 7, for the latest news, excitement, and drama as it unfolds. Rich Zioli, live from the Democratic National Convention. This afternoon, 3 till 7, only on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5-NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills, too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster, PA, Saturday, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
6:35, Kalin Company, as we continue live on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Night number 1 in the books. Tonight, you get Barack Obama. Interesting that I think he is really short of Kamala Harris because it's her song and dance. I would say he's the headliner of the 4 days. So you'll get Barack tonight. You'll get No Balls Walls on Wednesday. And then, of course, Kamala in her coronation on Thursday night. But I got to tell you, there's so much to react to from last night. And it's mostly shredding of the Democrats. I have one beef with conservatives from last night, especially what I saw earlier in the day on social media, which is why I stayed off of Twitter, because it's just, I'm tired of seeing the nonsense. But we got to rip Joe right off the top right here, because first of all, you're going to wait to send him out. And if people were actually waiting to watch, like, people that actually have to do a show, you had to wait till damn near midnight. New York Post with a headline saying, "Past his bedtime" is the front page of the New York Post. Picture of Joe, like, yelling, his jaw all clenched up. Dems deliver final insult by pushing Biden's angry, bitter speech to midnight. I just never want to hear any more about Trump's lies, because in Joe's, let's think about this, right? Joe's got about 4.5 months left. This was probably one of the 2 or 3 most visible moments that he'll have left in his tenure as president. And he spewed all of the debunked lies and falsehoods in his speech. Again, it's like Weekend at Bernie's with this guy. He gave us the bloodbath comment. He gave us the Charlottesville nonsense, the suckers and losers comment. And then, of course, on top of it, decides to, when he does address the border, he blames it on, not his border czar, not on Alejandro Mayorkas, but he blames it on Donald Trump. And I thought it was interesting last night because we knew going into it we would see Joe, we would see Dr. Jill, and then we got some surprises, right? Kamala Harris makes a surprise appearance. Steve Kerr, the NBA head coach for the Golden State Warriors, comes out, spews all of his left-wing talking points. Still never says a word about China, but he just shuts up and dribbles when it comes to that. Hunter Biden emerged late in the evening. AOC was jumping around like a contestant on The Price is Right after she just named the price of the car. Of all the squad Dems, it's actually, I despise her the least because she's such a cartoon character at this point.
She was good, though.
Can I say something, though?
You think so?
The one thing that I will say about AOC, and Phil, sorry for the heads up, or not giving you the heads up on this, she must have had the same sentence in her teleprompter twice because she said it. Phil, if you can pull up cut 29 here, this was hysterical because she's young, she's vibrant, she's off the cuff, except when the teleprompter crashes. Cut 29, Phil, go.
Cortez takes the stage next.
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision.
She gets all verklempt over all the AOC chants.
Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision.
You already said that. You lost the place.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
It's so
Thank
brutal.
you, Chicago. Thank you.
And then Kathy Hochul delivered this god-awful speech of Donald Trump doesn't come to New York too often, but when he does, it's for sentencing of felonies and all this other nonsense. Well, she just looks like an evil monster. She sounds miserable.
But they don't think that.
No.
Clearly they put a ton of women. You saw a lot of women, and it struck me that they were really introducing you to Kamala Harris as if you had no idea who she was before.
Which is crazy because that's what Stocker's been saying, that a lot of Americans probably don't know anything about her.
But it was good. I mean, the childhood friend and the mom with the Mustang, and she still has that Mustang. I mean, there were they did a good job of bringing forth, showing her childhood pictures. And when Kamala was like 5 or 6 years old, she stuck up for somebody. And I thought, wow, you would not even know that this individual is actually the vice president of the United States of America, and they want that. I mean, they really, even in all of their speeches, and even the UAW president getting up there, talking about Trump. I'm like, Trump hasn't been in office nearly 4 years. Like, if you're going to blame union jobs and whatnot, who's in office? They want you to forget all of that.
It's just so, and look, I get it. It's their 4 days. Republicans, they had their 4 days, and I'm trying to look at it as objectively as I can. But there was no doubt, too, in my opinion, that whatever Biden was on again last night, he was not on June 27th in Atlanta. Again, go back and watch Joe last night. Forget the slurring and the stuttering and the stammering, but the energy level that he had was the same way he addressed the State of the Union speeches and other nighttime prime events. And then you go back to June 27th, when the writing on the wall became legible to everybody that he was done. He was a totally different guy. He was a low-energy zombie. And I know he said, well, I was a little under the weather. I had a cold. I don't know. And again, it's allegations. It's just speculation. There's no confirmation of it. But whatever they're popping up Joe with, they didn't give to him on June 27th. I just don't know that was a cold. And then the other facade I got to point out, the whole "We Love Joe" signs, especially Nancy Pelosi at 84 years old. I mean, we know what Nancy Pelosi did. Her, Schumer, Obama, they put the shotgun up to Joe's head and said, look, either you go out or we're taking you out. You're done after June 27th. So, and I understand that politics are all nonsense. I get it. It's all a facade. It's all theater. You're naive if you believe otherwise. But, I mean, it's just so insulting to anybody that's actually spent 5 minutes reading into the forced coup of Joe Biden. And it sounds like I'm defending him, but I'm actually kind of defending democracy here, because 95% of people, for whatever unbeknownst reason to me, decided to vote for Joe in the primary. And the Democrats said on June 27th, holy crap, we are probably going to lose to Donald Trump after that debate. And they forced him out. So he had earned the right to run for re-election again. If we're talking about protecting democracy, let's be fair and let's be consistent with it. So they've tried to take Trump off the ballots, and then they kick Biden to the curb. And I got to sit here and see signs of "We Love Joe"? No, you don't. Nancy Pelosi body bagged him. She don't love Joe. She's a political animal. Once he was of no use to her, he just ditched her. She just threw him into the skookle. It is such a, and I get it. Both sides lie. Both sides are full of crap. But Nancy Pelosi and these political career swamp savages, they have no soul, Dawn. Greg, they have no moral fiber.
Yeah.
Understand, though, like for Joe Biden, first of all, 52-minute speech. There were some ad libs in there because I've been looking through that. I think that what everybody's playing this morning, and that's what I was trying to look at this morning, because I did stay up for it because I thought, what am I going to get up at 2 and just watch it? So I would say.
That's what I did.
You got up at 2. Well, I'm up at 3 anyway, but I thought, well, I might as well just stay up.
Yeah, right.
I'm not going to get any sleep either way I look at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which we never do. But to me, I think that it's important to note. I mean, Nick, you were at a back-to-school meeting. A lot of people are back-to-school shopping.
Mm-hmm.
So what are people doing? Did people really sit and watch a convention like we have to? No. And so they're seeing the highlights. What are the highlights? The end of the speech, which indeed was very good. The final part of that 52-minute speech with a lot of ad libs, that's what people are seeing, like, aw. But it was at points, he was just angry Joe Biden. He was like yelling, and nobody's playing that today.
Let me play a little bit of the speech last night. This is what you were talking about. He says, I love my job, but I love my country more. This is where he, quote unquote, passes the torch. Oh, God, I said it yesterday, and it's true. I just love people's misery. I'm a sick SOB. Cut 24, Phil. Go.
Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do.
They have a split.
I intend to get it done.
They have a split screen if you're watching with Kamala, who's sitting up there like a queen, out of the way, old man.
In the honor of my lifetime,
I used you
to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
This was an ad lib.
Yeah. Notice the time, too, on the Chiron. 12:07 a.m.
Yeah.
I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim, President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look.
There you go.
God, Tim Walz just looks like a spud, doesn't he? You know, I threw out that question of who does Hillary hate more, Bill, Trump, or Kamala. Honestly, at this point, who do you think hates Kamala more, Joe or Hillary? Because as you said, you know, Kamala's got the chance to do what Hillary couldn't. And Joe, and I heard Dr. Jill's speech last night as she got up there.
My wife's a Philly girl.
Yes, we know she's a Philly girl, Joe. And, you know, she said it was just one of the most, and I'm paraphrasing here, one of the most grueling, agonizing decisions that her husband has ever had to make in her life. And let's just assume and take her at face value that it was his decision, and he could have stayed in if he wanted to and flipped the proverbial bird to, you know, Obama, Schumer, and Pelosi. I actually do genuinely, for whatever coherent cognitive abilities Joe has left to make a decision, whether that's sugar cone or waffle cone or stay in the race or get out of the race, I do think it was probably an unbelievably difficult decision for him. I mean, you think this is a guy who spent 51 years in office in the public sector, who finally gets to the mountaintop at 77 or 78 years old. And, you know, he's been coming out, I mentioned it in the big take of, you know, he believes he's the only one that can beat Donald Trump. I don't know that that's necessarily true or the case, but he probably behind closed doors was probably a really tough decision for him from an ego standpoint, right? Like, this guy doesn't want to just tap out, despite that he is one of the worst presidents probably in the history of presidents, certainly in my lifetime, because I wasn't alive to see Jimmy Carter in action in the late 70s. So I believe Jill on that front. But what's just so nauseating to me is the whole concept of the love affair and words like joy and fun. These are two, because they're forever linked, right? Biden and Harris are forever a pair. They're joined at the hip. So Joe's failures are Kamala's failures. She can rebrand, repackage all she wants. She'll always be connected to Joe. His favorability rating is incredibly low. He was in the high 30%, wasn't it? I think he was as low as 38%, and that's approval rating. And then you look at net favorability rating. She actually has polled lower than he has. Yet we're told we love Joe, and now Kamala Harris goes from the worst vice president of all time to the savior of the universe. That is the power of the machine here. And if you watched any of the DNC last night, and maybe you vomited a little bit on your T-shirt or your pajama tops, get ready, because it's only going to get worse. If you thought last night was tough to sit through, if you sat through it for whatever reason, work or just sheer entertainment or political curiosity, can you imagine what it's going to be like tonight when the savior from the heavens floats down from the sky above and Obama delivers that speech tonight? You think the mainstream media is going to yuck up anything today on Morning Joe and everything else? Just imagine what it's going to be like Wednesday morning after Obama comes out tonight. And I'd like to know what time that's going to be, because I can't, and this is my last takeaway. Dawn, I can't do these 11:50 speeches anymore. I can't stay up for Sunday Night Football, much less Joe Biden. I mean, the hell with we have to stop placating to the West Coast. This is a consumer rant here. Enough of the 9 o'clocks and the 10:15s. Get these people out at 7:30. This thing should have wrapped up by 10 p.m. last night. We don't need to be going to 12:07 a.m. or whatever was on that.
It's probably what Joe Biden was saying.
Yeah.
You know?
Right?
The fact that he got in and they made him sit there and wait and wait.
Painful.
As far as even the New York Times this morning has this whole, I'll give them credit, fact-checking all of the, I mean, there were some crazy claims last night.
Yes, there was.
And it's amazing to me, CNN just let it roll. They didn't fact check or do anything. They just aired the convention, but they're always the other
The Washington
networks,
Post fact checked it.
and the New York Times did too.
As of early this morning, yeah.
Good.
So to their credit, I mean, they did. They called out. They went through all of the claims. I mean, the crazy claims about Trump that he wants to cut Social Security and Medicare, which is not true. They looked at the whole obsession with Project 2025.
I know.
The New York Times, WAPO, they both called that out and said it is a conservative think tank. Trump has not endorsed it. In fact, has distanced himself and said it's not him, etc. The J.D. Vance claims that he wants violent marriage, all that stuff. To their credit, and I always want to give credit where credit's due, the New York Times, Washington Post, others did fact check and did say those were false.
But did Rachel Maddow interrupt the speech and say we're going to bail out of this because we owe it to our audience not to air lies and falsehoods? Because that's all Joe regurgitated. Every single debunked one, from Bloodbath to Good and Fine People, from Charlottesville on down the list. It was just a complete copy and paste job of the last 3 years and 9 months, which actually, speaking of copy and paste jobs, how embarrassing is this for the DNC? This was yesterday in the afternoon as the festivities were getting underway. The official DNC platform, or for those that might not understand it, let's call it like a program. You show up at the football game, you get the program, and you can see everybody's starting lineup, all the sponsors, height, weight of all the players. So the official DNC platform/program was published, and it was released and made 21 mentions of Joe Biden's second term in the program. They had 30 days to, and you can see it right here. This is courtesy of Greg Price on Twitter. Phil's got it up on YouTube. It says, and Phil, leave this up as I'm reading this. It says, in President Biden's second term, he will push Congress to blah, 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 blah. During President Biden's second term, Democrats will continue to advocate for blah, 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 blah. In President Biden's second term, he will continue selecting judges, blah, 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 blah. They couldn't even take out President Biden's second term and insert Kamala Harris's first term.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
Yep.
That is a bad look. So you know that behind the scenes, this thing is an unmitigated S show.
Yeah.
And I think they can try to project unity and strength and cohesion and all this stuff. I do not believe that is going on behind the scenes. I think they are in disarray. And Dawn, you always say, eventually in the 23rd hour, Democrats get it together and rally. I think maybe publicly they're doing that. But you can't convince anybody with an objective mind that they are united behind the closed doors.
But you gotta give them credit. I don't think we've ever seen a pivot like this one. Think about when there was an assassination attempt against Trump. I mean, that was just July 13th. The debate, what was that, June 27th?
7 weeks ago.
I mean, and everybody thought, oh, it's over with, it's done, and Trump was surging in the polls. The fact that they have pivoted like this, come together, bye-bye, Joe. And by the way, Joe said last night, I will be the greatest volunteer. I think that he's going on vacation to, I believe, California, where he'll be at least a week. I don't think we'll see Joe Biden. I don't think that he will be they don't want him anywhere near any of this. And the Democrats want you to believe that this is all shiny and new. And here comes Kamala, and she's the big answer. And by the way, think about Gaza. He did ad-lib that moment last night when he talked about, and the people outside protesting or something to that effect, they do have a point too. Overnight, Israel securing the bodies of about 9 of these hostages overnight. Biden ad-libbing that line. How does that play with Jewish voters? The fact that, and nowhere did they acknowledge the protests. They did have some protesters break through one of the barriers, but not through because they have so many walls.
Yeah. It's amazing. There's more walls in Chicago than there is in Arizona and Texas combined.
Whew.
So I saw that video, but I wasn't sure if that was from Chicago or if it was like a fake from another city. But I did see them come through the first layer of fencing. But it
was not like the inner perimeter.
Yeah, but nowadays with social media, I have no idea if that's from Chicago or if that's from 2 years ago in Timbuktu, with people posting a bunch of fake stuff. One thing that's not fake is Kamala Harris's website, by the way. If you want to work or volunteer, there's on her website, you'll see her bio. you'll see a button where you can click to donate. Still no policy section. But did you know for Kamala Harris, you do need to have the COVID vaccine and all the updated boosters if you would like to work for her.
Well, because there's a surge.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that moving forward.
Kamala has
COVID surge.
The vax mandate.
It's a back-to-school COVID surge.
Yeah.
It's in the news this morning.
Election year surge.
Yeah.
Between that and monkeypox, we'll be remote
good
in 6 weeks. We'll see if my internet works at home. I'm going to get my microphone set up just in case. All right, we got a lot to get to coming up in hour 2. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. Cut sheet will be absolutely loaded from all of the speeches at the DNC last night. But what about Donald Trump and what about J.D. Vance? Specifically, controversy in South Philadelphia with
amazing.
J.D.
This is amazing.
over his food orders.
This is amazing.
I love this.
I love this story.
I love his sense of humor.
Probably the best story of the day.
Yeah.
Definitely is.
100%.
Kalin Company, hour 2 is next.
You know, I still have I'm still a minivan mom. I covet when I see some of these high-end, these luxury vehicles, you know, Mercedes or Land Rover, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo. I see some of these beautiful, sleek, powerful vehicles on the roadways, and I lust for the day when I trade in the minivan and I think, I can't wait. Someday I want to drive one of those luxury vehicles. It really brings me to my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're going to help you find that luxury vehicle that you've been eyeing. Maybe you're that empty nester and you think, I've earned this. The kids are not going to leave the, PBJ sandwich. I found a banana, like a banana peel, half-eaten banana under the car mat in the back the other day in the stinky football gear. So maybe you're beyond those days and you want something for you. You've earned it. You deserve it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. They have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from some of these beautiful brands that I've talked about, including Alfa Romeo, Porsche, BMW, Maserati, Jaguar, Mercedes-Benz. Just visit them at piazzapremiumautomobiles.com. I'm so excited. I know our own Michael Steinberg has set me up to do some test drives. So I've never driven any one of these vehicles in my life. I can't wait. I think next week we're going to do this. I know Nick Kayal has been able to drive some of them and still raves about it, so I can't wait. You can also stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers, piazzapremiumautomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family,
My name is Rita Fowler. I was in the car actually relaxing. I was talking to my sister, and all of a sudden, boom, the car hit us. I wound up actually having a stroke. And that's when I decided to call Morgan & Morgan. The whole operation, everything they did from day one, it was self-explanatory. It was text messages. It was emails. It was a no-brainer. When you think that hiring a lawyer is hard, you haven't called Morgan & Morgan.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.703, hour number 2 underway live on a Tuesday morning. It's Kalin Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Brand new graphic display on YouTube. I'm surprised they're doing that for like a show and a station that's just going to perish and get rid. Odyssey's just going to get rid of us.
I know.
Can't believe they're giving us new upgrades.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
Is this a sign of what's going to come for news and news talk? Stop.
855-839-1210. The cut sheet's coming up at 7:45. J.D. Vance front and center, and also Donald Trump in York, PA. Very busy day yesterday for Trump and J.D. We'll hit on that. And also, Dawn found a very good story late in the show yesterday from the Washington Post about a new addition to Donald Trump's security detail. We'll hit on that coming up in just a little bit as well. But before all of that, let's get to some news. Round number 2 at 7:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning in Kalin Company News Live this Tuesday, as Greg Stocker says, Tuesday morning, August 20th. First Harvest Credit Union sponsors our news and weather. Speaking of the weather, how does this feel in the mid-60s this morning? Feeling like a fall-like day.
Yeah, I love that cool, crisp autumn air. It smells like football, doesn't it, Dawn?
It does. Football. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll think about our Eagles. So in the news this morning, and I referenced this, so I'll begin with this as we talk about those anti-Israel protesters who were here in Philadelphia, about 1,000 of them on Sunday outside City Hall, and then as well at the DNC. But then we fast forward to what Israel has announced, that Israel has said that they recovered the bodies of 6 hostages murdered, and that was during the October 7th terrorist strike that happened on Israeli Jews. So this is in Gaza. As Antony Blinken, where was he as the Democrats were in Chicago kicking off their Democratic National Convention? We should point out that the Biden administration under Blinken was still trying to secure some kind of advanced ceasefire deal over in the Middle East. But we know that the bodies of those 6 hostages were recovered. They were taken in Hamas's October 7th attack, obviously, that started that war, if you will, in Gaza, as United States and Middle East mediators still try to advance a deal, an agreement to halt the fighting and then release the hostages. So they had said, we had reported yesterday about 111.
Yeah, we just talked about this yesterday. Yeah.
So they were, as we were talking about it yesterday, 24 hours ago, they were, at some point overnight, the military forces, the Israeli forces overnight carried out an operation in southern Gaza, they say, and they're not reporting how those 6 were killed, but they did notify the hostage families that they were kidnapped and taken alive and held captive. Now, Hamas is claiming that some of the captives have been killed and wounded, blaming Israel, the Israeli airstrikes.
Yeah. Accidental friendly fire. Sure.
And so at this point, they're identifying the remains of these 6 hostages in there between 80 years old and then going from 80, 79, 76, 51, 35 years old. I believe they're all men, but these individuals had been, these victims had been abducted, kidnapped, taken alive on October 6th.
Yeah, I remember yesterday you said 111.
October 7th.
And that we had 111, and
Yes.
I think we said something to the effect of 72 and 39, and Stocker made the comment, well, that's just of the assumption that they might be alive, and now we have more bodies. So I'm honestly, it's like one of those things, what do they say? Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. I kind of feel like it's the latter at this point, sadly.
Yeah, so the latest number I have, and they kind of go back and forth on this one, but they're saying 110 hostages captured, and then they've said at least more than 100 released. So this is the reason that they're never definitive on the hostage number, because I think that they've confirmed, like you said, that dozens have died, were killed. And so what impact does this have on the American Jewish vote? The fact that, for example, Biden saying last night at the convention, at the time when the IDF is moving in to recover the bodies of people murdered after being kidnapped and held since October, and saying, well, they have a point out there. What impact does that have on all of this and on the psyche of American voters in general, but in particular if you are a Jewish American?
Yeah, we have seen, and I'm glad you're bringing this up, because we have seen so many different networks interview black voters, interview Hispanic voters. I have yet to see one polling sample of a video where, I don't know, MSNBC or Fox News, CNN or Newsmax, they go to some place where they sit down with a panel of 15 registered Democrats that are Jewish, and they ask him, based on everything that has happened since October 7th, do you still plan on voting for Kamala Harris? I would like to see some sample sizes of what people are thinking that are registered Dems that are Jewish. And we've gotten none of that, unless I've missed it. And I'm sure if it was out there and it was pertinent, we would have covered it by now.
Yeah, that's well put. I mean, I know that I interviewed Jeff Bartos yesterday, was, as you know, Senate campaign here in Pennsylvania, and is really heading up the coalition to represent Jewish voters across Pennsylvania. One of the headlines in the Inquirer this morning is that Governor Josh Shapiro says he won't be lectured by Trump on anti-Semitism.
Mm-hmm.
So he's pushing back a little bit.
Yes.
On the talk of, well, it was, as I call it, the Pennsylvania Passover, that he was passed over.
Actually, I have that clip. Do you want to play that right now? We were going to talk about it later, but if you want to play it in the news right now, we can. Do you want to play that? Okay. So this is, let me go to my page here. This is cut number 2, if we could. This is what Dawn's mentioning, Shapiro, and whether or not he was snubbed because he's Jewish. And I think I'm paraphrasing here. He claims that Trump is trying to sow division. Cut number 2 here, Shapiro.
All right. First off, Donald Trump is the least credible person to listen to when it comes to hate and bigotry and certainly anti-Semitism. I mean, remember, this was the guy after Charlottesville.
Lie.
When folks were walking around with tiki torches saying, Jews will not replace us, who literally said there are good people on both sides. I mean, Donald Trump is completely full of it, and he's trying to use me, and he's trying to use other Jews to divide Americans further. We have seen this with Donald Trump over and over and over again. He is the least credible person when it comes to standing up against hatred and bigotry. Leaders have a fundamental responsibility to speak and act with moral clarity, and Donald Trump is bankrupt in that category. I have always tried to speak and act with moral clarity. I will continue to do that, and I'm certainly not going to be lectured by Donald Trump. Now, let me also be very clear here. Anti-Semitism played absolutely no role in my dialogue with the Vice President. Absolutely none. It is also true that anti-Semitism is present in our Commonwealth, in our country, and in some areas within our party. And we have to stand up and speak out against that. And I want to go further. We need to stand up and speak out against hatred in any form. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, homophobia, you name it. And leaders have a responsibility to speak out against it, not stoke division the way Donald Trump does.
So just to react to that real quickly, and Dawn, you can finish here. I don't want to hijack your news. Number one, anti-Semitism is alive and well, so thank you, Josh. But you talk about moral clarity. You're parroting the same lies and talking points that Biden did last night in Chicago about Charlottesville. And if you're going to sit here and try to claim that Trump hasn't done anything for the Jewish community or whatever he was rambling about there, I present to you the Abraham Accords. And, the reality is this. I truly do believe this, and this is just my opinion. And I said this on the show countless times in the lead up to the Veep stakes. If Josh Shapiro was Irish or Italian or German or Greek, Josh Shapiro is Kamala Harris's vice president. I firmly believe that.
I do too.
It's just no other way around it.
That does protest too much. I mean, he's being a good soldier for the DNC, and he'll have his day.
Also, do you think that Kamala Harris or the Kamala Harris's team is going to tell him, "Oh, we didn't pick you because you're Jewish"?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
That she's like, well, that conversation never came up. Are you kidding? You think it's going to come up?
I mean, their whole administration is based on identity politics.
Yeah.
You don't think Josh Shapiro's identity factored in? You're out of your mind. You haven't been here in the last 4 years. Ridiculous.
Seeing Kamala Harris on the stage twice yesterday, she came out, she said a few words, and then later coming out with Joe and hugging him. And you could clearly see her when she hugged him after his speech, and she said, "I love you, Joe." You could read her lips. She was saying it very slowly, so there's no question. "I love you, Joe."
She says everything slowly.
She has $1 million smile. She loves the stage. She loves the spotlight. She did not want to share that with Josh Shapiro, who is a much more polished politician.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at his speech as we talked about here in Philadelphia at the Liacouras Center, he would have upstaged her.
Yeah, that's
in every way.
Yeah, of course, because Tim Walz can he's like a wallpaper. He can kind of float in the background. Nobody knows anything about him.
No.
Everybody was so excited about Josh Shapiro. Everybody, like even people who may not have voted for Kamala Harris, but like, well, I would have voted for him if she would have picked Shapiro.
And there's no question that he would have delivered Pennsylvania, in my opinion. I really think he's the X factor in. I mean, think about this. If this election comes down to Pennsylvania, forget winning Pennsylvania, but if you win Pennsylvania, you win the election. Honestly, I'm glad. I'm glad that she selected Tim Walz, because Walz is easier to pick apart. And, whether it's stolen valor or the DWI or everything like that, Shapiro would have been a tougher nut to crack.
I agree with that.
I'm sorry. This is your
okay.
still your news.
Other news of the day. Yeah, I've lost my place there because I'm so into it. No. I will say this about, our Phils. This is a critical series against the Braves right now as our Phils head to Atlanta. And we know that was why, Rob Thompson, why he wanted to make sure that Bryce Harper, as well as Trey Turner and that they had at least 2 days rest because they had yesterday off. This is a critical series for our Phillies. And so I know we're all rooting for our Phils. But another team that we're rooting for as well that's happening today after playing in the rain, all that horrible rain. This is Council Rock Newtowns.
Yeah.
Their next game is tonight.
Amazing.
It's so awesome.
Yeah.
Little League World Series?
Yeah.
Little League World Series, yeah.
I worked it once when I was up
You
at
did?
I went to Lycoming College my freshman year, first semester. I spent 3 months there, and I flunked out. They sent me home. My GPA was as high as my blood alcohol content.
You're like Blutarski from Animal House.
Yeah. But
Great reference.
orientation weekend in Williamsport, PA.
Yeah.
You work the College Little League World Series, and I was selling Sprites in a refrigerated backpack.
I got to tell you, on Sunday the Yankees played the Tigers up there in Williamsport, and the little kid in me is just like, oh, that must be so cool to see all those.
Do you remember the ringer?
Of course.
Danny Almonte,
Yep.
the 12-year-old with a mustache?
Yep, 100%.
Kid was throwing like 100 miles
Yep.
an hour.
Yeah, I love watching those games because it's so cool for those kids.
Yeah, my father-in-law and brother-in-law, they love the Little League World Series.
Go Council Rock.
Yeah, got to cheer for them.
Yep.
By the way, remember, I know we're going to be off not this Friday, but the next Friday, because that is the Battle at the Beach down the Jersey Shore.
Oh, yes,
for football.
Dawn. Yes, Dawn.
Oh.
Dawn knows.
Sounds like a WCW pay-per-view.
Dawn knows all about that. The Battle
I
at the
know.
Beach.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
Of an important week, I know. My kid. Look, I mean, come on.
No, it's great.
It's exciting. But the headliner on Thursday night is going to be IMG. So some big names that they have coming through.
Oh, IMG from Florida?
Yes.
Wow, yeah, they're a power.
They're going to be Thursday night.
Absolutely.
You should bring the girls.
Can I wager on the games if I can?
No.
Yeah, give me IMG minus 12.
Ford, just a headline for you. Ford recalling about 85,000 Explorer Police Interceptor utility vehicles because the engines may fail prematurely and possibly catch fire. So this is a very important recall that they're announcing for vehicles with model years 2020, 22, and they have a hybrid or gas engine.
Okay, this is Ford?
This is Ford.
Yeah. Should have went to Piazza.
See?
Yeah.
Go to Piazza, our friends at Piazza Auto Group. But for this one, we will talk about our sponsor, First Harvest Credit Union. Let your savings take root and grow when you open a First Harvest Credit Union online exclusive 7-month certificate. Earn 5.2% APY. You want to visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives for all the details for you. Some restrictions apply, insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union, for sponsoring Kalin Company News Live on this gorgeous morning. 62 degrees, heading up to just 75. That trend continues for the next several days with that beautiful bright moon welcoming you this morning. Kalin Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, Whiz Wit, and where's the Swiss?
Oh, God.
It's Kalin Company.
Amazing.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's Brooke Burke for Skechers' new Workout Walker footwear.
Do you know the world's #1 most popular form of exercise?
It's walking, and one company has you covered. Skechers, the comfort technology company, with their newest performance walking sneaker, Skechers Workout Walker. Because the Skechers Workout Walker is fully loaded to get the most out of your walk, including a carbon-infused plate in the sole to add more spring to your step. Find Skechers Workout Walker for men and women at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Progressive presents 10 things on a contractor's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Bidding a new client, giving an accurate estimate, finding affordable materials, getting a client to pay you for work you already did, getting a client to pay you, period, securing permits and workers and tools, getting those workers and tools to work together, and finding the perfect pair of overalls. Pockets, baby. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. Over the last few weeks, we've watched the best of the best go for the gold. Here at Colonial, we sell the best of the best, providing a gold standard car buying experience, proving to be the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. When it comes to selection, Colonial makes it fast. With over 200 vehicles in stock to choose from, we have just what you're looking for. Palisades, Santa Fe's, Elantras, Tucsons, Ioniqs, gas, hybrids, and EVs. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to fit a new car into your budget. We have over 80 vehicles in stock right now with prices under $30,000. Drive one home today for as low as $199 per month. Colonial continues to be recognized for offering the highest trade-in values in the region. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. All this makes shopping at Colonial better. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers include all rebates and incentives. Vehicle must be purchased at dealer listed price. See dealer for full details.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchick, PNC Bank Regional President. Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from the game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. And for nearly 160 years, our dedicated local PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because, as we see it, a win for them is a win for the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. Oh, little Pantera live on a Tuesday morning. No mustard and no Swiss. We'll get back to the DNC, all the festivities of the night last night in the cut sheet. That's coming up in 20 minutes. But now we shift our attention back to Pennsylvania with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And I want to start with the VP first, right out of the top here. This is amazing. This went crazy yesterday on social media. The Philadelphia Inquirer was writing about it. So J.D. Vance, as you know, was in Philadelphia. J.D. Vance was on the Dom show yesterday. And then J.D. Vance stopped at Pat's King of Steaks. Because, you know, whether you're the mainstream media or you're an outsider, when you think Philadelphia, you think Pat's and Geno's, Pat's and Geno's, right?
I have, right off the bat, I have an issue with him stopping at Pat's.
Okay.
Oh, come on. It's a rite of passage.
Show me you're not from Philly, or you're trying to do the things without showing, telling me you're not from Philly.
Did he go to the Rocky statue next?
He's clearly not from Philly,
At least
and
go
it's
to
a rite of
Geno's.
passage.
At least go to Geno's.
Or go to both. I think be bipartisan.
Or Jim's or Steve's.
You got to go.
Go to all the above.
Yeah, you got to go like hole in the wall cheesesteak shop.
That is correct.
Yeah,
not the bougie, high end, mainstream media. Hey, let's the Eagles and Cowboys tonight when we come back from a break on NBC. Let's show the line at Pat's at 8:20 p.m.
By the way, if you're just going by those two places, Geno's is clearly better.
I like them all, honestly. I'm just tired of like only two being recognized because they're for some reason the iconic staples. But I want to play. We got two clips here. We'll get to the controversy in a moment. Phil, if we could, let's fire up K3 for the YouTube crowd, and you'll hear the audio as well as J.D. Vance arrives at Pat's Steak Shop. Take a watch and listen to this. All right, out of the black motorcade. Tie is off.
Yeah.
It's probably 3 or 4 people to the left. You got a couple to the right. Secret Service. All right, so he moseys on up. People filming it. A nice little crowd over there.
Yeah, sure.
Everybody trying to film on their phone, capture the moment.
Yeah, all tourists. Because nobody goes to Pat's except tourists.
That's correct. Yeah, nice little motorcade. You got a couple of barricades. Not like the DNC with wall after wall, but you get the drift. And then let's get to the controversy itself. Yes. This was K5. Phil, if we could, let's listen and watch this.
I don't like Swiss cheese either, but everybody says it's insulting. Why do you guys hate Swiss cheese so much? What's the story?
We hate it. We just don't use it. We just use cheese whiz.
You're laughing.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, that's what I want. I want a cheesesteak with whiz and W. What do you want?
I'm gonna do the exact same thing.
Do the exact same.
So it's very simple, JD. Welcome to Philadelphia, Mr. Ohio. I got you. You're from you're from one state over to the left, which, by the way, Ohio feels like just another world. Like when you get to Pittsburgh, I don't even feel like I'm in Pennsylvania anymore. It's just amazing, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's Whiz Wit, right? And I'm not saying anything in this audience doesn't already know. You get the Cheese Whiz, you get the fried onions. Now, I will say this. I do think the Cheese Whiz is a little overrated. It's a little overrated.
It's kind of gross, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of gross. You don't put Swiss on it. That's just hideous. And
that's correct.
That's a callback to John Kerry.
Yeah,
that's
he's
all
joking.
he was doing.
He's being sarcastic.
Okay.
That's all he was doing, because when John Kerry was running for president in 2004, he came to Pat's or Geno's, I think it was Pat's, and he ordered like a California
it's a violation.
cheesesteak with like
lettuce, tomato, onion.
Exactly, and Swiss cheese. It was a hideous
and look,
mistake.
I enjoy a California cheesesteak from time to time. I like the lettuce, tomato, onion, a little mayo.
Turn in your man card.
It's not my go-to. My go-to is Cooper Sharp. I like a Cooper Sharp melted cheese with the fried onions and some cherry peppers on the side. Yeah. I'm good with American. I'm good with provolone. Provolone to me goes great on like the roast pork sandwiches, obviously with the broccoli rabe.
Yep.
But here's what I would say, as far as the Swiss goes. I'm not anti-Swiss. I like Swiss on a good ham sandwich. I like Swiss with a turkey. Swiss on a cheesesteak is disgusting. There's something about Swiss with beef that doesn't jive for me. I don't know how you guys feel about the Swiss concept. But like Swiss, it's selective.
I like Swiss, like you said, on a ham sandwich or something like that. I'm fine with it there, but not on a cheesesteak.
Is that a Midwestern thing? I don't know what I mean. But it's like cheddar as well.
The whole point of this is that it was the Inquirer, right?
That's correct. I've got the story right here.
That ran with the fact that he ordered fake news. He ordered Swiss.
Yes. And social media was burying J.D. Vance. And we try to cover these social media things that go viral. It's usually the most stupid thing out there, which, by the way, we'll get back to the DNC on social media stupid things in a moment, because I do have to rip all the right-wing Twitter hacks out there. But, yes, like, I mean, and to be honest, like, is that going to make J.D. Vance weird if he wanted Swiss? Because I know we're caught up on this weird thing, right? Like, everybody's talking about who's more weird, Democrats or Republicans. Swiss, cheesesteak's a little weird, but at least the Inquirer is writing here that they are talking about, and Greg, to your point, as a presidential candidate in 2003, former U.S. Senator and Secretary of State John Kerry ordered a steak with Swiss cheese, resulting in a heavily covered culinary gaffe.
Yeah.
The Inquirer goes on to write, Swiss cheese, as many locals know, is not an option, according to Inquirer food critic Craig Laban.
Yeah, I like Craig.
Laban. So the thing about it is that back then, if you're, I mean, clearly, even they do quote, I don't know, they do quote Pat's, like, saying they thought it was funny. I mean, you hear them in the video that you played laugh. They got
manager
it.
Sammy
They're
Garcia
laughing.
laughed, saying, quote, he asked why we don't have Swiss cheese. We thought that was funny.
Yeah.
It was
funny.
It was the point of the Inquirer and left-wing Twitter hacks who've been like, oh, that's it. The election's over. He ordered Swiss cheese. He did nothing of the kind.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
He was making a joke about, a 20-year-old gaffe that John Kerry did.
Mm-hmm.
And then, remember, John Kerry not only ordered the Swiss cheese, he ate it like, it was like, he was all prissy.
Yeah, you have to be willing to get in there, muck and grind, get messy and dig in.
I mean, Trump ate a piece of pizza with a knife and fork.
Which is also a violation.
Oh, yes, he did with Sarah Palin.
Now, I'm fine if you don't want to fold your pizza in half, like you fold the slice. I'm not a slice folder, but you also, when you're eating a cheesesteak, dude, roll up your sleeves and get dirty.
Exactly.
Like John Kerry ate it like he was a Frenchman.
Yeah. I just like, first of all, I get it. You come here, we're known for cheesesteaks. God only knows why. I just, like, it's such a, to your point, Nick, every time the Phillies are on, Sunday night baseball, or the Eagles are on Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football, it's always like without fail, the camera pans to some cheesesteak place.
Yep, or the Rocky statue, or the steps.
It's just a hideous thing to be known for. But if you're going to be here, I get it. I don't know. Going to Pat's?
Yeah. You go down to Ralph's on
I would have gone to
9th
Donkey's
Street.
place in Camden.
Yes. Go to some real, truly
Go to
great underrated.
D'Alessandro's.
Yes, phenomenal spot.
Yes.
Where there's always, every time I drive by there, there's a line. When they open up, there's a line. It's so good.
What's the spot that used to be, I don't even know if it's still open anymore, on Belmont Avenue, back when we were over, when all the radio stations were over off of City Line Avenue. Is it Mama's or whatever? They used to be right on Belmont Avenue. I don't know if that's open anymore. There are a lot of great cheesesteaks not named Pat's or Gino's, by the way.
Agreed.
And we're open for food drops at 7:33 if you're willing to provide that.
It's the tourist spot. I understand it. I took umbrage with, one, that he went to Pat's, and two, that the Inquirer and left-wing Twitter hacks went after him for ordering Swiss cheese when he did the exact opposite.
Yeah, I know.
It was just, the whole thing was a fail to begin with. And then the Inquirer tried to cover it up by
they
saying,
wrote a correction.
Yes.
To it. Yeah, correction. An earlier version of this story incorrectly reported that Vance said he liked Swiss cheese. Instead, he asked why Swiss cheese was insulting while ordering a cheesesteak.
Which is the exact opposite of the headline. Who's the hack that wrote that?
Right.
But you're not going to tell me who the hack is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just lost it in the can. I thought you were saying that rhetorically. That was Jesse Bunch and Nick Vadala?
Yeah, of course. It's Will Bunch's son, Jesse Bunch, Will Bunch's son, writing fake news. Shocking.
Now, what would have happened if that was a Democrat that ordered Swiss cheese and a Republican criticized them for that? Would that be a threat to democracy? Would that be an attack against inclusion of dairy products on a steak sandwich?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. All right, let's get to some serious stuff. I don't know how this took so long to come to fruition.
Can I just say one thing?
Oh, sure.
Really quick.
Sure.
They did post a correction.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
Yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
just read that. Yep.
Yeah. It doesn't matter though, because Jesse Bunch put fake news on the Inquirer Twitter thing, and hacks on Twitter retweeted it like it was, the gospel truth, which is hideous. Thank you.
Is that really Will's son?
Yeah.
Okay, I got a message for Will.
Go home to your mom.
Here we go. Speaking of Trump, let me get to this story. Surprise, surprise, the Secret Service has gotten their act together. I don't know how this is actually something that wasn't in place already, but they approved, and Dawn found this story from the Washington Post yesterday, I think later in the show. The Secret Service approves a new plan for Trump to continue his outdoor rallies. Yes, beautiful. And I had been saying, following the Butler rally on July 13th, don't go inside. Don't show weakness. Don't acquiesce to these people. Oh, make sure you go into an arena where there's more security. Continue doing your rallies. Do them where you like them. Do them in the settings that you prefer, which are the outdoor ones. It is summertime. The Secret Service has approved a new security plan to better protect former President Donald Trump at outdoor campaign events, including the use of bulletproof glass to shield him on stage. A Secret Service official has confirmed the plan to erect bulletproof glass to surround Trump at the outdoor events is a major enhancement in the Secret Service's standard security planning for candidate campaign events, according to this Secret Service official, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive security measures. Such sheets of ballistic glass are normally only provided for presidents and VPs when deemed necessary at outdoor appearances, an extra layer of security organized and coordinated by the Department of Defense to shield the nation's top two leaders. The Defense Department partners with the Secret Service to bolster security for sitting presidents and vice presidents, the official said, but does not help protect candidates for president. The Secret Service generally prefers indoor events for presidents and vice presidents, reducing the need for such glass. Why was this not in place to begin with? And honestly, it shouldn't have been just for Trump. It should be for every vice president, every president, former and past, prospective, current, you name it. Like, I'm just at the point where, why are we so behind on the obvious concepts? So whether it's Joe or Kamala, Bill or Hillary, well, Hillary wouldn't have been a vice president anyway, but any of these people, Al Gore, on down the list, protect these people. There's a lot of lunatics out there. And when you're in an outdoor setting, it is a less viable control. Like, you love to control what you can control. And indoors, you can control so much more than you can outdoors. And we've heard these stories now for, 30 or 40 years from listeners, from tweeters, from emails that say, hey, man, I know what happened with Trump was wild, but the Secret Service isn't as cracked up as the public is led to believe through the media, through Hollywood, and the way they act like these are the best of the best. And we've heard these ridiculous things like, hey, by 2030, we want to have 30% female Secret Service agents. Cool. If they can pass all the physical requirements, knock yourself out. But I'm not filling a quota just to have females if they can't get the gun out of their holster. Go protect a Starbucks then. That's why they have lesser security jobs out there. That's why they have different levels in elite groups versus run-of-the-mill type work. So I'm just surprised that it took this long. And I understand you have those little plastic shields with the prompter. And if I recall correctly, Dawn, wasn't that one of the arguments for the doubters and the never whatevers out there that were saying, wow, that might have been just the plastic shield from the teleprompter that busted into a piece and clipped Trump's ear. No, it was a bullet. And if we have bulletproof glass, just like they do in their vehicles and their motorcades, those bullets are not going to penetrate. Why did we have to wait this long to get something so basic like bulletproof glass?
Thank you. I mean, I have no idea. I can't even imagine that it would take this long. And we talked about the fact, even, I remember, George W. Bush talked about they would travel with that bulletproof glass. I don't understand why they didn't have it.
Yep.
I just, it's beyond me. And it really lends itself to contribute to all the conspiracy theories. So those who complain about the so-called conspiracy theories about this,
yep.
I mean, my God, we just have the confirmation within the past 24 hours about Iran, hacking into the Trump campaign and putting the hit out and all of that on Trump. So I just think if you don't want the conspiracy theories then do your job.
Yeah, and just do basic security, common sense protocols. You know, what this has really done, and I've been thinking about this the last couple of days, I wonder what the security detail is like from the top to the bottom. So we know what Trump was lacking in Butler on July 13th. I'd love to know what does Josh Shapiro get on a daily basis as the governor? What does Sherelle Parker get on a daily basis as the mayor? How many agents do they have with them? And I know they're not Secret Service agents, but, security detail, law enforcement. Are they in bulletproof glass windows? Yeah. I mean, they go into their office each day. They've got a detail. They've got people, making sure that there's nobody down at the end of the block in their nice little neighborhood that's walking around with, sinister intentions. I would really love to know. And if anybody knows where, like, if that information is public, or if you've worked in that sector. I know we have Michael in Flemington, who seems to know a lot about the Secret Service as a former, and he hasn't really given us his specific details, but he's worked in that sector, so to speak, and he's given us a lot of details. Even all the way down to the elected senators and, members of the House. We've heard these stories of, the Cori Bushes and the AOCs, all the money they spend with public dollars on private security. I'd like to know what these other individuals have. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter if it's president, governor, mayor, all the way down to, the local school board, which probably is nothing but.
Yeah, I mean, think about John Fetterman, who, by the way, is skipping the DNC. You think about Fetterman, who has gone against his own party, as we've talked about, in support of Israel and really taking that side of the right side, I think. But are there threats against somebody like a Fetterman who's skipping the DNC? What kind of security does he have?
Yeah, same thing with the justices on the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
I only need to say one word: Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
Let's grab a quick call here. Frank is in South Philadelphia. Frank, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Frank.
Good morning, Dawn. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
Hey.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. I'd like to speak to you in regards to this cheesesteak that you were talking about.
Let's tackle this true issue. Yeah.
I'm going to give you the name of the guy that actually put the first slice of cheese on the steak. His name was Cocky Joe Lorenzo. They used to call him Cocky Joe back in the day. Worked for Pat Steaks, original Pat Steaks, the grandfather of Frank Oliveri.
Okay.
And the cheese they use today is Swiss cheese, which I'm not too crazy about it. I never get Swiss because provolone or American cheese. Now there's different companies of American cheese that go on there. Now the roast pork you use sharp provolone. You don't use
correct. Not mild.
The real sharp provolone. Now there's another cheese you could use also. Beans that one of you said they use like hot peppers.
I like cherry peppers. Yes.
There's a cheese called pepper cheese.
Yeah.
And it's very, very spicy, very hot.
Yep.
So if you like that type of thing. But now Gino Steaks, Joe Vento started with $600 back in the day, which was loaned to him by a friend of mine way back in the day when he first started.
Is your friend still around? Can I get that $600? I need a loan.
Nah, that was my wife's uncle. Both of them were but my uncle, my wife's uncle. Cocky Joe Lorenzo, and also Uncle Danny was the Uncle Danny that was going to lend him did lend him $600.
Yeah.
And he was asked if he wanted to be a partner in that. Now the steak itself, Dawn. The steak itself, most of the steak shops use ribeye.
Yeah.
The rest use regular beef.
Yeah, a little chip steak action, right? There he is. How about that, Frank? It's the history of the cheesesteak.
I love it.
Thank you, Frank. We could go on and on, but we got to get to the cut sheet.
There's a new cheesesteak that's coming out down here at Broad and Pollock. Pretty soon it'll be open. It's called Skinny Joey.
Yeah.
That's who's opening up.
Oh,
sounds
like
fabulous.
Skinny Joey, like as in Merlino?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh boy.
Oh.
All right, so we've covered the beef and the cheese. Any thoughts on the rolls that you prefer to use?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know anything about Frank in South Philly, but just that accent alone tells me he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
No, we love Frank's the one who sent the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He used to run with Cocky Joe back in the day.
I didn't know Skinny Joey was opening up a new place.
Yeah. We need to make nicknames great again.
I know.
All
Right?
right, 855-839-1210.
Esther Stalker.
Esther or Stalker?
Esther?
Esther.
Esther. Yeah.
No, S-stirrer.
Esther,
You know,
right?
the-
S and then stir, yeah, because that's what you do. Which, by the way, our buddy Ryan Himmel on Twitter, very mad that you've been stirring the pot lately. He's been in his feelings. He's been tweeting you a lot, tagging me for unknown reasons.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He's tired of you being the protagonist on a very entertaining radio show.
I will cease to stop.
Yeah, enough adding any value to the show. Just let us know when the lives are coming up, and we'll take it from here.
Okay, thank you. Be seen or be heard, not be heard. Right?
If I see one more tweet from him, stalker.
I like it. Just as long as you listen. I don't care. I don't care if you hate listen. Just listen.
Thanks, Rich Santaro, who said Mama's that you remembered is still there.
Yes, Mama's on Belmont. Yep. Massive. I ate that thing one day, and I'm telling you, I didn't go to the bathroom for 3 days. I was filled up.
Oh, God.
I was corked.
Too much information.
Oh, I couldn't
so
move.
Disgusting.
It was like I was dead.
You're corked?
Dawn, that thing had to weigh 12 pounds. I'm telling you.
Wow.
No, not me. The steak sandwich. You want the most massive...
Oh, I thought you meant
Yeah, so did I, actually.
No. The steak sandwich was... I thought I swallowed a purse.
By the way,
huge.
By the way, speaking of
Dana?
talk, Thomas wrote us last night, and he said, "Can you please do something about the high schoolish attempt at humor on the morning show?"
Oh.
I try to listen, but it's so much like Beavis and Butthead that I changed the channel.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So we'll stop. We'll get
It's
more.
never me.
Yeah, right.
Hey, if you're looking for riveting radio, Mark Levin will be up in about 12 hours.
Oh, boy.
All right, Kalin Company, as we continue.
It's not right.
Cut Sheet is coming up next.
Yeah, but first, just can't. I can't with you. It's unbelievable. My favorite, listen, this is FanDuel, by the way. All of the offers that we give, this is my absolute favorite because it's such a great offer. You heard us talk a lot about FanDuel partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. We have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, so about a month, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of the NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. By the way, you can watch, they have like picture-in-picture. You can watch like 3 games at the same time. So if you're a degenerate gambler like Nick, Kayal, and myself, the NFL Sunday Ticket is something you definitely need. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg right now, and sign up. FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President, Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Fantasy freaks and geeks, what's cracking? It's your boy James Coe, back with my brand new project, the Sleeper King Football Podcast. Look, I get it, okay? There's a lot of fantasy pods out there, but we're going to keep this one light, 15 to 20 minutes, 4 to 5 times a week, and man, we are going to pack it with all the info you need. Season-long, weekly projections, and of course, sleepers. Follow and listen to the Sleeper King Football Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Americans in their 60s have a buffet of options when it comes to deciding how much and when they receive their Social Security benefits. Throughout their working careers, Americans pile retirement investments onto their plate, and at age 62, they finally gain access to that dessert, Social Security. In this week's expert report, we will identify Americans' full retirement age and how retirees can get a bigger slice of the Social Security pie. Now, according to the calculations from the Social Security Administration, the majority of Americans collect Social Security before the age of 66, which is the full retirement age for individuals born in or before 1954. Collecting your benefits before your full retirement age will decrease your Social Security payments and could reduce your benefits by 30% if you collect immediately at age 62. Now that the full retirement age is incrementally raising for individuals born after 1955, eligible recipients must plan whether to file early at their full retirement age or delay filing for benefits until age 70 when you get a much bigger slice of that Social Security pie. By meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert, you can make an educated financial decision to when you should order your Social Security dessert and enjoy the peace of mind in retirement.
To hear more stories that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.52, it is Kalin Company live here on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. A lot of video coming up because we are 8 minutes late for the cut sheet, and that is my fault.
Whoa!
I just looked at the clock. We should be into like clip number 2 or 3 already.
Sorry.
It's a bad job out of me.
Bad job.
Bad clock management. I'm like Andy Reid circa 2007. All right, we'll get to a lot of other stories on the other side of the cut sheet, including this ridiculous story with Donald Trump and Taylor Swift, and also whether or not she will make a surprise appearance at the DNC with an endorsement, and also kind of lost in the news shuffle in the news cycle over the last 72 hours. SCOTUS has denied the Biden Justice Department a Title IX request that I think flew under the radar, and we have to address that. But before all of that, let's get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease the incredibly stylish and fun to drive C40 for 36 months for less than $500 per month for qualified buyers. They always go the extra mile for their customers at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Don't forget to tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT. Phil, starting with cut 6 here. So before we get into all of the, actually, I'm going to start with the J.D. Vance and Trump stuff before I get to the DNC.
Okay.
But first I wanted to start with Gretchen Whitmer. This is cut 6, Phil. So she was at some event and she was talking about how excited she is to campaign for Kamala Harris and this person. Cut 6, Phil, go.
We know that the guy who's running against our standard bearer, Kamala Harris, and Tim Wallace.
Tim Wallace. Not Chris Wallace, not Rasheed Wallace, but Tim Wallace.
As opposed to Walls.
She's so excited to vote for Tim Wallace.
Hey, this is right up there with the DNC program yesterday, still having Joe mentioned running a second term 21 times.
One more time.
We know that the guy who's running against our standard bearer, Kamala Harris, and Tim Wallace.
Tim Wallace.
Does that not just perfectly illustrate how obscure of a selection Tim Walz really is?
Yep.
I mean, we talked about Shapiro and how he would have been the selection probably if he wasn't Jewish. And then, Gretchen Whitmer was out there. There were other names floated out. And I said this at the time when I think we whittled it down to well, not we, but the media and the reports out there had whittled it down to Josh Shapiro, Roy Cooper from North Carolina, and Tim Walz from Minnesota. And I said, who the hell's Tim Walz?
Yep.
This guy has no national profile whatsoever other than this is the guy that let Minneapolis burn.
By the way, it was Whitmer, not Whitmer, Mark Kelly. That was
Arizona, correct.
The third guy that was floated around. All right, yesterday we played the big controversy with J.D. Vance ordering. The Inquirer said he ordered Swiss cheese, but we know that was a complete lie. But he did speak in North Philadelphia yesterday at Desorb Systems. And here are some of the remarks that he made. He did take questions. We'll get to one of the questions from a local reporter after this, but this is cut 7. Phil, go.
Before the end of the campaign, Tim Walz is going to be talking about how he was carrying an M16 through the jungles of Vietnam. But this guy, everything that comes out of his mouth about his military service is at least 25% a lie. And it occurred to me, the closest Tim Walz has ever come to combat, even though he says he carried a weapon in war, the closest Tim Walz has ever come to combat is when he let rioters burn Minneapolis to the ground a few years ago, right?
Wow. So are we still? I got to say this, and I know a lot of people are of the belief that Veeps don't matter, and maybe it won't add up to a hill of beans come election day. I'm really looking. I might. It's not going to top Trump and Kamala, but it's going to be close. I am really looking forward to this vice presidential debate on October 1st. I think it's going to be, because you got so it's not male versus female, it's not white versus black. It is two military guys, one guy who weaseled his way out the back door, and another guy who, so far, the criticism has been he made an offhanded comment about single ladies and their cats. I think you're going to see a little heated, a little point of contention between two people that signed up to serve their country. I'm looking forward to it.
I think J.D. Vance is going to whoop him.
Oh, I agree.
He's very. I will say this, and I said this a couple weeks ago when he did all those Sunday shows. Mm-hmm. He's very, very, very good on his feet.
Quick.
Yeah, he's very quick. Yep.
He's quick. He speaks quickly. He has an even keel.
Yep.
He's good at, even when he knows they're being snarky or whatever, he smiles through it, which is what, if you were coaching somebody as far as media coaching, he is A+.
Well, let me just say this, too, that I believe that everybody's talking about, well, now there's a boost of energy at the in the Democrat group because Kamala's younger and Tim Walz, they're both 60 or whatever like that. J.D. Vance is 39.
Yeah.
So, if you're talking about, being quick and being with it and just, he's going to be quick. Mm-hmm. He's going to be fast. And I'm not saying 60 is old by any, I'm closer to 60 than I am. You know what I mean? So, I'm not saying it's old at all, but you can't discount the fact that he's younger and sharper.
Well, and let's give,
and a U.S. Marine.
Yes, and let's give Trump credit because we talked about female Veeps, we talked about black vice presidents, Hispanic vice presidents, whether it was Rubio or Donalds or Scott or Sarah or Tulsi or anybody on down the list. Let's give him credit for A, going younger, and B, going somebody that is much more even-keeled from a temperament standpoint than Trump is. This is the mainstream media looks at it at the most entry level. Oh, he picked a white dude from Ohio, a state he already has in the bag. So a lot about J.D. Vance that run polar opposite to Trump.
I'm still going to say Sarah Huckabee Sanders has an amazing demeanor and even keel too.
You're still on that. You're still on that train, aren't you?
I'm gonna double down.
Yeah, you're never gonna. You're never gonna get over that, are you?
And I like him. I just think.
Yeah, you're very bitter.
I'm not bitter. I'm not a bitter, and I don't have a cat. I have a dog. But
Booty boy.
But I just think that it would have been a nice contrast to this whole imagery of the woman thing.
Yeah.
He was asked a question about how much time he's gonna spend in Pennsylvania, because Nick Kayal, you are on record saying he should get a Winnebago and basically tour it.
I've offered JD my pool and my spare Cato Kalin house out in the back of my palatial estate. He's yet to respond. He's ghosted me. He's read the text, but he hasn't responded.
How much time will he be spending in Pennsylvania? This local reporter asked him about this. Cut 8, Phil, go.
Again, local PA reporters first, ma'am.
What did he say?
I don't know.
Hi there, Aaliyah Schneider, the Philly Inquirer. How often can we expect you to be in Pennsylvania, and where are you getting your cheesesteak and why?
Well, I'm going to be in Pennsylvania as much as you fine people will have me. How does that sound, all right? Look. Pennsylvania is an incredibly important state to me and President Trump. It is a state with a proud energy tradition, a proud manufacturing tradition. We believe that if we make more stuff in America, Pennsylvania workers and Pennsylvania families are going to benefit. So we're going to be here a lot, taking our message to the whole state, because who wants to make more stuff in the United States of America? Who wants to build more factories in the United States of America? Who wants to rely on American workers and not on Chinese workers right here in the state of Pennsylvania? This is a very, very important state for us.
I got to tell you, one thing I've noticed, and we all realize that this election is about a few states, none bigger than Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's worth 19 in the Electoral College as far as votes go. But when you look at Pennsylvania, or you look at Georgia or Michigan or Wisconsin, I like the fact that they have tailored their message. And I've said for a while that I think Republicans are bad at messaging, but they have kind of personalized the message within each of the swing states, and nothing bigger than fracking and energy in Pennsylvania. And yes, there's 78, 79 days, whatever it is left until the election. And I say, just, rent a Winnebago and just stay here, but spend the most of your time here. You still have to do a little bit in Georgia. You still have to do some in Wisconsin. But the path of least resistance, according to my calculations, are Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina. If you get 3 of those 7, you win 270 to 268. But you got to have PA.
Meanwhile, Trump was in York, PA. What's that, up 81? No,
that's more, is that Berks? Is that Berks County?
York? Not sure.
York?
Not sure.
No, it's not Berks.
Where is that?
That whole part of Pennsylvania is like,
I don't think.
might as well be China for me. Like I have no idea. Yeah. I'm not besmirching it.
No, there's a lot of obscure places.
But there's a lot of I'm just not familiar with that area at all.
How do you take? What do you take? 276 out that way?
I don't know.
Like you're going towards Harrisburg?
It's off 30.
Is it off 30?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't find 30 on a map.
83.
83. Yes, that 81, 83. Yeah.
Okay.
That's up that area.
All right.
Thank you.
There you go.
Trump talking
lived here for 35 years.
Trump talking about the importance of Pennsylvania as well. Cut 15, Phil, go.
To deliver a simple message. When I'm back in the White House, America's future will be built right here in Pennsylvania. And it will be built by American workers like you. It'll be all over the country we'll be building, but Pennsylvania is always a big factor. And we've had great success, as you know, politically and otherwise in Pennsylvania. And we expect to have it again. We're doing very well here. Thank you very much. With your vote, we will unleash explosive economic growth and vast new prosperity for all of our citizens. We will put more money into your pockets and create millions and millions of new jobs. We're going to do it like nobody else has ever been able to do it.
And I played a shorter version of that in the Big Take this morning to compare and contrast Why is it that, Trump's very even-keeled in a lot of his messaging lately, and Democrats and teachers union members are just shouting and ranting and raving like unhinged human beings? And here's what I think Trump has to be careful with, and this is just a theory of mine as to what Democrats might do in the coming days and weeks. So Trump was told, stick to policy, be laser focused, don't get bombastic, no nicknames, disparaging remarks. But now that he dials it back and he's really focused there, it's policy, policy, policy. It's almost boring flatline. I got a feeling the Democrats are going to use that against him now, because the Democrats like to play both sides. And they're going to sit there and say, look how low energy Trump is. He's an old man. He's 78. We're the young, vibrant, fun, joyous, energetic party. I think he's got to be careful. And I want to go back to what Corey Lewandowski said when he was brought back on by the Trump team. And I gave you the quote in that big take last Friday. He said, let Trump be Trump.
Yep.
I don't want Trump neutering himself, because the Democrats and the media have said, you better be careful. If you get too pushy, it's going to feel like you're trying to bully the female. Now, dude, you do you. You're in the stretch run of year 9.
If you looked at some of the talking heads yesterday, the takeaway was that he was sleepy and low energy.
Okay, well, then I didn't see that, but that was what I'm...
So
okay,
it was,
there you go.
It was, you know what I mean? So, everybody's like, he needs to stay on message, he needs to stay disciplined, he needs to talk policy. And then when he does, everybody's like, oh, he's so boring.
He's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. He can't catch a break, which, by the way, speaking of that, Media Research Center, MRC, put out a story yesterday. Donald Trump media coverage has been deemed 89% negative coverage. Kamala Harris, since becoming the nominee, 84% positive.
Case in point, this is cut 16 here, Phil, talking about the economy and inflation. Go.
I keep hearing about their economy. Their economy is terrible. And the inflation is eating everybody alive, and it's been doing that for 3 years. The no inflation, or almost no inflation, it kept going during the early part of this administration, this current administration, but it ended very quickly, and then it went to levels, and so quickly, it went so fast, and it was a shame, and it was all blown up and destroyed, and jobs were lost. A lot of jobs were lost. Our country is doing really badly under them, and nobody wants to talk about it. The media doesn't like talking about it, because the Democrats, they really protect themselves. It's pretty amazing.
I think, we always hear about the Democrats and they appeal to the young voter, Gen Z, 18 to 29. Here's all you need to do if you're Trump on the economy. When we talk about groceries and the rent and the housing market, all you have to say is, hey, young whippersnappers, with this Harris-Walz administration, you're never going to be able to get ahead. The American dream under these people is dead. You're not going to be able to afford to buy a house. You're not going to be able to afford the groceries that you want to purchase. I mean, it is remarkable to me that somebody, and just go back to when you were fresh out of college, assuming you went to college, or just starting your career. You had very little disposable income. How do you have any money to do anything remotely entertaining when groceries are up 20, 25, 32%? And that house that you wanted to buy 6 years ago that was listed at $375 is now going for $585. How do you get ahead in this market? I have no idea.
Speaking from experience.
Yes, I do. I'm telling you, when I went to Nashville and my wife and girls were about to come, and I'm looking at these houses, there's a couple of these communities. One was called Mount Juliet. One was called Brentwood. And I'm looking at these houses, and it was, all right, $375. I'm like, this is a steal, man. You get so much more real estate. And then in 2021 and 2022, I look at the same thing. It's going up by $175 grand. Like, once again, I missed the mark.
I said this. I said this last week or the week before. Like, you want to win over the Gen Z crowd? Talk about the cost of rent.
Yeah.
And
housing
how much
crisis.
and how much it costs to, like, nobody buys starter homes anymore because you can't get, to your point, you can't get a home.
No, a starter home's a crack house nowadays.
A decent home for under $500,000.
Yes.
By the way, this message, this is cut 17. This is the last one I'm going to play, and then we'll get to the DNC stuff. This message, I believe, is a winning one, and he needs to hammer this home.
Yes.
This is cut 17. Phil, go.
The Trump administration, we will build American, buy American, and hire American. That's what we're going to be doing.
Build American, buy American, and hire American. I think that is a winning message right there.
100%.
Yep.
Talking about civilian medals versus other medals, not so good.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a self-inflicted wound that he should. I'm sure the YouTube channel. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
No, we do. I mean, I'm somebody. Look. I've said I've done my homework. I look at the policies, and I look at the proven winners. And Trump is the proven winner. And even the New York Times, I mean, acknowledges when they talk about the economy and the jobs and all of that, they're just wrong on a fact check. Trump created an economy and a job situation pre-pandemic like nothing we've seen in our nation.
Well, it's because he ran the nation like a business.
He did,
and that's what made him successful those first 3 years.
Well, and his business experience and his executive experience teed him up for the presidency, which you have to make those tough calls. And by the way, you have to trust sometimes your best people. But when he makes comments like he made, what was it, Friday? I don't even know. And everybody's talking about it. It's just not helpful. Does it stop somebody like me from voting for him? No, I'm going to vote for Trump. I support him. But for somebody who's on the ledge or whatever you want to say, on the edge, it's just not helpful.
Permission to switch role play here for a moment, Gregory?
Yes.
Let me play devil's advocate and tick everybody off on YouTube.
Yep.
You say American, American, American winning message. A lot of those surveys and polls show that American patriotism is at an all-time low. I think the younger generation, kind of what you're talking about with J.D. Vance and Tim Walz and, stolen valor and, I served. I don't know that saying America, America, America resonates with the youngest voters out there. It definitely does with boomers, certainly to a large extent with Gen X, a little bit less with millennials. But I don't get the sense that Gen Z is overly in love with their own country. So I don't know that shouting America really does much to garner votes with these young people.
It's not 2004 anymore. I agree with you.
Because the Gen Zs it's all about me.
Oh, I know. I understand why. Yes.
And so the answer is to say America, and especially the pandemic and the shutdowns, did you wrong.
Well, the problem is that this next generation, they're too far removed from it. I mean, hell, our generation is too far removed from it. Nobody that we know went into military service, because they had to. They all went in because they wanted to. So it's so far removed from our parents' generation who were drafted, this, that, and the other, that it's just. It's not in their zeitgeist because it doesn't affect them. Yeah. You know what I mean? So the whole military service thing, everybody's like, yeah, we respect military service. But when it comes to it, really, at the end of the day, like stolen valor versus this, that goes over a lot of people's heads.
It's a lot like sports. And I'm going to give you the analogy of the old stodgy head coach that doesn't resonate with his players. You have to understand what motivates young people, and you need to be able to read the room. And I'm probably the worst to do it because I don't understand Gen Z. I disagree with a lot, but whatever motivates them, find it. What their interests are, cater to it. Wherever they gather, go there. That's how you get them. Selling American patriotism to a 20-year-old falls on unless that kid.
Gen Z is 12 to 27.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the 18 to 29 demo, 18 to 27. So if you're 18 to 27 and you're not from like a military family or a police family, odds are when it comes to America, you don't really pay attention to that stuff.
Heaven 01 on YouTube says it way better than I can. Until you sacrifice or suffer for more, personally, you don't get it. That's exactly it.
Sure.
But they also crave a meaning, right? Because of exactly what you're talking about. So they crave to be relevant, to have purpose, and they crave a purpose-driven life.
Well, that's why we talk all the time about how because they're so far removed from any sort of sacrifice for anything, they have time to go to therapists and talk about their feelings and talk about what pronouns they want. I mean, that's all it is. It's the fact that they are so far removed from anything of sacrifice that they can think all the time about me.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, let's keep going here with these. This is cut.
By the way, not my voice.
Okay.
Well, it's good parenting, though. They're also not Cowboy fans. least
So
I
not
don't
everybody.
think- Yeah.
I
Not
think females.
my boys.
Well, female. I think honestly, it strikes these issues like you're talking about.
Yeah.
Strike females more than males.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please, everybody that's watching right now, everybody, hit the like button, hit the thumbs up button, and hit the subscribe button. We need to get in people's algorithms. So we say this every day, but it's very important. Make sure you like the show that you're watching. The more people that like, the more people that will see it. And that is our goal, is for more people to see it. Before the rally happened yesterday, or the DNC, the convention, Jake Tapper had on Nancy Pelosi. We talked about this a little bit in the 6 o'clock hour about how there's still this residual bad blood. She doesn't want to talk about it. It's these weird conversations. Jake Tapper is he's even uncomfortable asking her about it. This is how that sounded. Cut 18, Phil, go.
Aside. And I know that it was very difficult for him. That's been made very clear by some of his top aides like Anita Dunn and Ron Klain. And there does seem to be, even though Anita Dunn said earlier today, quote, nobody wants to have a fight with Nancy Pelosi at this time, unquote, it does seem like there's some residual bad blood or resentment. And I'm wondering if you've spoken to him and what your response is to that.
Sometimes you just have to take a punch for the children.
And that's what you're doing right now. You're just going to take a punch for the children.
Who's punching right now? I don't know.
Anita Dunn said.
I didn't even hear this. I'm just hearing.
It was an interview with me.
Maybe he's throwing the punch. I don't know.
No.
I'm not. I would never. But
She
Anita
said she doesn't want to fight.
Nobody wants to have a fight with Nancy Pelosi at this time.
Well, you know what?
Have you talked
I
to him?
have
Is
to
my
do
only
what I have to do.
Right.
He made the decision for the country. My concern was not about the president. It was about his campaign.
Oh, yeah, we're splitting hairs.
As he has seen the exuberance, the excitement that has come forth in our country. I just did an event for one of our members in Illinois, Eric Sorensen, today. Immediately, he got 1,100 volunteers into his campaign as soon as that announcement was made.
Nobody is questioning the fact that the Democratic Party seems much better positioned right now than it did 4 weeks and 2 days ago. There's no question about that. Former Speaker Pelosi.
So why are we even talking about it?
Oh, she bullied you, Jake.
They're holding
Okay, Ron Burgundy.
They're holding my cat hostage. Speaker
boy.
Pelosi, thank you so much. We're about.
Don't you love it too? Like how when they ask Democrats tough questions, it's always like, well, they in my ear they told me to ask these questions.
First time Dana Bash has ever laughed on live television. So, hey,
And
Fake
called him
Strapper.
Ron Burgundy. Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
Okay, called him Ron Burgundy. Exactly.
You know, I tell you what, Cabernet and dentures are a hell of a combination, are they not? I mean, it was just so rough to sit there through Nancy Pelosi with that. I don't know what it is lately. She's how do I put my adhesive in here? I'm on the back nine of life. She is really, and why do they all? Okay, if you want to respect her,
yeah.
but they really walk around eggshells with her.
I
Boy,
mean,
she is not. Is she not the biggest bully in the room?
She wields more. Under Barack Obama, she has the second most power in the Democrat Party.
Right. It's Obama, Pelosi, Schumer.
Yes.
And we all know what happened to Joe.
Yep.
Wow.
Josh Shapiro was on with Joy Reid.
Oh boy. Josh.
This all happened, by the way, before the convention.
First time I've ever felt for Josh.
We're there's a method to my madness. We are building up to everything. We do things in chronological order because I know most of this audience did not watch last night. So we're recapping it for you. Cut 19, Phil, on the GOP's pitch to the working class. Josh Shapiro with Joy Reid. Go.
The Republicans make hard plays for them. They really go for those voters. And even though their economic policies center around tax cuts, which don't necessarily help the working class, there's something about the way that they talk about the world and the economy that seems to appeal to working class voters. Has the Biden-Walz ticket figured out the formula to get those voters back?
Well, first off, the Republicans talk a good game, but their policies screw over those folks and hurt them. And what you're seeing from Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is a laser focus on those communities. They were just in Western Pennsylvania. And importantly, I love Pittsburgh, but they weren't in Pittsburgh. They were in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, a rural community outside Pittsburgh, talking about cost cutting, talking about job creation, meeting people where they are. That's important. Remember, Barack Obama's first rally in 2008 was in Beaver County, showing up in those communities that have oftentimes been forgotten and left out. Shows that the Harris Walls ticket understands that you got to meet people where they are, speak to those communities, and address those communities head on. What the Republicans are offering are not only empty promises, but policies that would strip away part of their paycheck, make it harder for those communities to get ahead. And I think Kamala Harris is effectively prosecuting the case against Donald Trump in those communities across Pennsylvania.
So, number one, nice to see MSNBC actually attend a convention this time around, as opposed to a fake backdrop. Number two, you're giving me laser focus, Josh. Those are your words, not mine. Yet there's no policy here. And I love how he framed it at the end that Kamala Harris is prosecuting Donald Trump, playing into her strength in her past history as a prosecutor in the Bay Area. This is interesting. So the strategy was just revealed there. He let the cat out of the bag. Kamala's not advocating for why she's the best candidate. She's trying to present and paint the picture why Donald Trump should not be the choice, which, might work, it might not work. But it's very telling when we talk about, and oh, by the way, Republican policies have failed. Josh, how was America in 2017, 2018, and 2019? Again, they're acting as if Trump was never in office and didn't have success and doesn't have skins on the wall. So when you see, it all sounds nice to the average listener, but when you're somebody like us that does this for a living and you pick up on the sound bites, you can really see what they're shooting for here. And they're shooting for the uninformed voter.
By the way, it was also telling in that clip too that he admitted who's running this campaign. I mean, we know who's running this campaign, but it's old Obama people, and they didn't help with Hillary Clinton in 2016. They didn't help with Biden in 2020. So I do think that they are taking a page out of Obama's playbook, like going to places in Beaver County, which, by the way, that's Beaver County is where Trump was almost assassinated. So he's going there as well.
I just did the math, and I'm glad you mentioned that it's Obama. There is, and I hope this never comes to fruition, but it's a possibility. You could have a 24-year stretch where Barack Obama is basically calling the shots from when he was elected in 2008 through 2032. I mean, because it's conceivable that Kamala Harris could serve 2 terms. It's conceivable, right? Crazier things have happened. So from 2008 to 2032, Barack Obama is running the free world. It's a quarter of a century. That's a scary thought.
Shapiro also addressed, we played a press conference he held earlier, but for those tuning in later, he addressed the Republicans saying he wasn't picked to be Harris's running mate because he's Jewish. This was his response to that. Cut 20, Phil, go.
For you did make a very spirited defense of the Harris Walls ticket, and you talked about the fact that people on the other side, in the Republican side, tried to accuse that ticket of foregoing you as a running mate because of your faith.
Yeah.
What do you make of the fact that they're trying that at the time when you're vigorously supporting the campaign, and what do you say back to them?
Well, look, the person leading that effort to inject that into the dialogue is Donald Trump, someone who has absolutely no credibility to speak about anti-Semitism or hatred or bigotry in any form, because he is someone who pushes that into the dialogue. He is someone who divides Americans. Listen, when folks marched with tiki torches in Charlottesville, Virginia, and literally chanted, "Jews will not replace us."
Wants to be Obama so
bad. What did Donald Trump do? He didn't condemn that anti-Semitic language. He said what? There were good people on both sides. Joy, there were not good people.
Listen to that
on
cadence.
both sides.
Dude.
I can hear it. I'm closing my eyes right now.
It's Obama.
Someone who pushes hate and bigotry into our politics. And so I will not be lectured, and no one should be lectured by Donald Trump on that. Listen, I want to be very clear about something. Anti-Semitism played no role in the dialogue between me and the vice president. None. It is true that there is anti-Semitism in this country. It is true that there is racism and Islamophobia and other forms of hatred and bigotry. And what we need to do, all of us, all leaders,
is stand up and speak with moral clarity, act with moral clarity. And Donald Trump is bankrupt when it comes to speaking and acting with moral clarity.
Well, he memorized the entire talking points because that is almost verbatim what he said in that little presser that I played when Dawn was doing the news.
So I wanted to play it.
You know, and I already addressed that clip, but I want to give the audience a little something different to the response to that right there. He's a good soldier, isn't he? He is doing all and saying all the right things, so he will be in position for 2028 should Kamala Harris fail or should Donald Trump get elected and be done after one term, because as we know, he can only serve one term. He's doing all the right things to be what Gavin Newsom apparently was 16 months ago. Remember, Gavin was running the shadow campaign. He's debating DeSantis. We all thought he was the heir apparent, and something changed along the way. Now Shapiro's in the on-deck circle.
And he's extremely disciplined, like you just said. He comes prepared. He's fully prepared. He's extremely disciplined, and you see that in him. He's a very disciplined campaigner as well, and one of the best at these campaigns. Doesn't have, by and large, name all the gaffes that he's ever had on the campaign trail.
Yep.
That's significant.
Cool customer, right?
Yep.
Sells it. Yep.
This is Cut 13, Phil. CNN admitted that you talked about the DNC's unrevised platform where they just still had
Joe's second term,
President Joe Biden for a second term. Even CNN admits that the unrevised platform allows Kamala Harris to, quote, stay vague and avoid revealing the policies to the American people. Cut 13, Phil, go.
David Chalian, President Biden dropped out of the race a month and a day ago. You wouldn't know that if you read the Democratic platform because it repeatedly refers to President Biden's second term. There are roughly 19 or 20 mentions of President Biden's second term. They've had a month and a day to update it. Why haven't they?
Yeah, there won't be one of those, Biden's second term. We know that. And, listen, the platform was largely the draft of it, put in place and voted on earlier this summer. And I think in talking to some folks, the idea of reopening the platform to try to fit in not yet fully developed Kamala Harris policies while they were quickly changing, they thought they would be opening a can of worms, right? And that there would be all of a sudden some fights about what goes in the platform, and they wanted to avoid that at all costs. So they're willing to take the hit on the fact that the platform is sort of a relic of the Biden era because it's a non-binding thing. They'll vote officially today as part of the party business to put it into effect, but as you know, it has no binding capacity to it.
Right, and we should note that this also allows Vice President Harris to stay vague, stay, unspecific.
Yeah.
That's from the Biden platform. That's not ours.
So maybe she likes this, maybe she doesn't. But if she doesn't like this, I've got to imagine if what we've heard about Kamala from reports behind the scenes about how she curses people out, you can't stare her, look in the eye, the whole bit. If that is true, she has got to be scathing. I mean, she wants to, as well as she can without, ruffling feathers, she wants to distance herself from Joe. And on her night number 1 of her 4-day coronation tour in Chicago, she's got the agenda, the program with his name all over it still. Like, it should be about her if you're thinking about it from her perspective. And here they are. They had 33 days to figure out how to change the program, and Biden's imprint is all over it still. A bad look.
Cut 14 here, Phil. These are the protesters that marched outside of the DNC. Not as many as they were expecting, but still several thousand protesters. They're chanting "Killer Kamala" and "Genocide Joe." Wow. Cut 14, Phil, go.
Killer Kamala is her name. Killing children is her game.
Wow.
Killer Kamala is her name. Killing children is her game. Genocide Joe is his name. Killing children is his game. Chicago, I can't hear you.
Louder.
They're not talking about abortion. They're talking about Gaza.
That is correct. And, Dawn, you gave us the news earlier this morning that more hostages have been unfortunately discovered and perished, I believe.
Yes, so the Israelis moved in sometime overnight and into the wee hours of the morning and recovered the bodies of a number of hostages who were kidnapped in October 6th.
So we've heard the numbers. They were expecting over 100,000 protesters from 6 or 7 different groups and organizations. That was only day number 1. I think a little underwhelming based on what the forecasted projections were, but there's still 3 days to go, so we'll see.
This is cut 30, Phil, when Representative Jamie Raskin took the stage. His teleprompter froze.
Oh, I've got a thought on this.
And he didn't know what to say, so you hear pausing. Cut 30, Phil, go.
Stormed the Capitol and injured our officers. Hang Mike Pence. Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed.
There we go.
Well, I got to tell you, and I understand politics is a charade. I get it. But when the teleprompter goes down and you can't continue your speech, does that not just show you how much of a facade this all is?
Yep.
I mean, first of all, he probably didn't write that. He just has to execute it and deliver it. And these guys are just, and gals, they're so unprepared and could you imagine any of these people trying to do what we do, Dawn and Greg, for a living? Fill 4, or in Dawn's case, 6 hours a day. I mean, it's like if the prompter crashes, they've got nothing. And I think that's why it works against them sometimes for sure. But the fact that Trump can go, I mean, Trump did 2 hours uninterrupted, no commercials with Elon Musk. Think about that. There's not, I can't think of a Democrat right now. Well, Shapiro probably could. So I'll give him that. Do you think Kamala could do that? No. Could Joe do that? No. Do you think Raskin could? No. I mean, AOC would lose her voice because she would be shouting. So 25 minutes in, her vocal cords would shut down. I mean, it's really remarkable that when the teleprompter goes down, they've got ungats.
Yep.
But part of that is because this has all been written for them.
Yes, it's a
including
production.
Kamala Harris, and so part of that is that the party is in control, and their swamp, if you will, is in control. They're not. So the reason that they're not ad-libbing, you can ad-lib. The reason we can talk, right? We've not only done our homework and the research, but we're saying something that we believe in that is authentic to us. For this guy or any of these individuals, they're reading something that has been written and approved by the DNC and by the party, and thus they're not. It's not necessarily, these are not their own words or necessarily their own policy.
By the way,
it just goes to show you that they're interchangeable parts, right?
By the way, just say what it is, Dawn. We're talented, and they're not. By the way, the teleprompter person probably was taken outside and shot after this game, after this thing last night, because AOC also repeated the same sentence within 15 seconds of it, because I'm sure it was loaded in the teleprompter wrong. This is how that sounded. Cut 29, Phil, go.
Cortez takes the stage next.
She's getting starstruck by all the chanting for her name.
She hasn't seen this reaction since the Hooters.
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision.
Did the record skip? Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
How many Excedrin or Advil do you think she takes a day?
Oh boy.
And she's got to go through about 13 or 14 pills, right? With the headaches that woman must have. Let me just say one other thing, and I said that I was going to do this twice now, and I haven't. for the Republican conservative social media grifters. Now you saw the crowd there, right? It was pretty loud. It was pretty packed. Can we stop posting pictures at conventions and rallies 4 hours ahead of time and saying it's a ghost town? Okay, I'm honestly, and that's why I didn't go on Twitter last night. If you look at my timeline, I didn't offer any commentary because I saw that at like 6:15. Oh, Lord, the DNC, look at all these empty seats, a scattered section of people. Like, okay, the thing didn't end till 1 a.m. All right, show me your video and pictures at 9:30. Seriously, objectively. Stop. You're embarrassing yourself. Go outside, get some vitamin D. Go get laid. I mean, just do something other than being a putz, because you can't crush the mainstream media for their lies and then post all your nonsense in your little fun house. I might delete my Twitter account.
Thank you.
It's getting close.
I hope you do.
And a lot of these guys I like, and some of them I have a relationship, but it's just like, dude, just stop. And the same thing with the Michelle Obama pictures. Like, what's going on here with Michelle Obama? Dude, give it up. Give it up.
By the way, CNN addressed the issue with the DNC and Joe Biden starting so late. He didn't go on until 11:30 last night, way past our bedtime, except Dawn, who stayed up because she's insane. Or you just like
torturing myself.
You just like to be tortured.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, and I
That's what I'm talking about.
But you have to watch.
Almost spit my coffee.
The thing is, you have to watch it on, flip around and watch how CNN covers it versus how Fox covers it. I mean, that's for me.
Yeah.
I love watching the media side of it, how the media and different media outlets cover it so differently.
So the CNN panel afterward, and I know I'm skipping around here, and I said I wouldn't do that, but I just, after what you just said, Nick Kayal, about why it started late, DNC organizers claimed that it was because of the raucous applause. No. And even CNN wasn't buying that nonsense. Cut 25, Phil, go.
You report that convention officials are saying that the reason it went long is because of all the raucous applause. That's sort of the thing you build into like this, isn't it? We have had conventions before. Like, you sort of know what.
That's amazing spin.
Straight ahead. We'll find out if Democrats stuck to the facts in their speeches, and I will also tee up the convention appearances.
Wow, stuck to the facts.
I said this earlier when we were talking about how late it went. I just can't stay up for it that late anymore. I can't stay up for Sunday night or Monday night football. These things, enough with the... If television ratings are based on the East Coast, then let's program it for those on the East Coast. In California, they don't care about anything. They just show up fashionably late. They zoom through everything and zip through DVRs and clips. And, let's face it, a lot of people on the East Coast do as well. Start this thing at 7:30. Biden, that thing should have wrapped up by 10:45 at the latest, and let's go to bed. We don't need this stuff going till 12:30 in the morning. I know it's the Democrats' Super Bowl. Same thing with the RNC. Don't need it going until 12:15 in the morning. Just don't need it.
John Berman from CNN was shouting questions to Governor Walz, who was ignoring him, and even John Berman says he's ignoring me. This is quite amazing. The honeymoon with the media is ending because they're not happy that Kamala and Tim Walz are shutting them out.
I said yesterday in the Big Take, I think by the time this thing wraps up Thursday, we'll have our little Labor Day break. Nobody will be checked in around the September 1st. By the time we get to that debate, the honeymoon's over.
Cut 27, Phil, go.
Governor Walz.
You can see him ignoring
Governor
him.
Walz.
He's right in front of him,
Governor
guys.
Walz.
This was an embarrassing
Governor
moment.
Walz. Governor Walz is doing his best job ignoring me right now. But you can see this is the family box. Tony West, brother-in-law to the Vice President, Maya Harris, the sister. Then we see the children of Governor Walz right behind him as well. This is the VIP section. This is where they'll be watching. Guys?
All right, let's listen into New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Yeah,
Well,
let's just ignore the fact that he's ignoring our reporter.
If the boss has nothing to offer, well, then number 2 in command has nothing to offer. He's waiting for Kamala's marching orders. And I'm going to be, I think, maybe the first person to at least officially frame it this way. And I don't think I've heard anybody say this. Tim Walz is also a DEI hire. Tim Walz is there because he's an old fuddy-duddy Midwestern white guy. It's the only reason he's there. He's there to balance out the ticket of Kamala Harris as an African-American female. And the perception is that Kamala is younger. They're both roughly right around the same age, right? Within 12 months of each other?
Oh, less than that.
Less than that. Okay.
He's 60 and she turns 60.
Yeah.
She turns 60 in October. So they're like within months of each other. But I think the look of him, it's, if you want to think about Barack Obama, who did they choose? An old white guy.
Mm-hmm.
Biden.
It's always, and I've said this before, look at Joe's inner circle. All guys, 65-plus white guys.
Yep. Speaking of white guys, NBA basketball and Team USA coach Steve Kerr spoke last night at the DNC.
Yeah.
I guess Greg Popovich was unavailable.
Cut 23, Phil. Here's a little bit of his remarks. Cut 23, go.
I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude. The reason I said yes to speaking here tonight is that as a coach and former player, as a husband, a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe in a certain kind of leadership. I believe that leaders must display dignity. I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading.
I believe, oh my God, Steve Kerr's just painful. Golden State Warriors coach, so as you know, he's a Bay Area guy, so you know he's all Kamala'd up as a San Francisco person himself. And if you know any of the backstory, when he was with the Bulls, Michael Jordan at a practice once punched him in the face. And I think after hearing that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, he decked him. Yeah, decked him right in the schnoz. It's in the Last Dance documentary on.
I didn't know that.
That's Netflix or YouTube.
Think about last night and what they're talking about, and what he's saying. It's all about personality. It's all about there's no where's the policy?
There's no substance.
Yeah.
And so that is what is striking to me. Number one, last night, all night, it's all about personality. And meet Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
This is your new BFF and her childhood. It was all lovely, and there were some lovely stories, or his. But where is the policy that's going to change America? And then they all have this weird amnesia, as if to say, oh, she's all brand new and shiny, and nobody acknowledging they're the ones in power. They're the ones in the White House, for nearly 4 years. And somehow they want to blame somebody who has been out of the White House for nearly 4 years. It's bizarre.
Yeah, and, they talk about personality, so let's forget policy for a second. Let's talk personality, because has Kamala Harris ever hosted The Apprentice on NBC? Has Kamala Harris ever hosted Saturday Night Live?
Has she ever hired anybody or run anything?
Forget
run a
that.
business?
Just think about personality for a second. Forget policy, forget resumes. Has Kamala Harris ever appeared in Home Alone? I mean, they make it sound like Kamala Harris is running up against Fidel Castro or Adolf Hitler. The last time I checked, before Donald Trump threw an R in front of his name, he was a mainstream media personality. I get it, entrepreneur, buildings, property, real estate, hotels. He was a. Have you seen the clip circulating? I think it's from 2011 or 2012.
From The View.
From The View.
Yeah.
Where he's on there and Whoopi's kissing him. I mean, this guy was beloved by everybody in the media that now despises him.
Even Mika and
Joe.
Mr. Brzezinski. Which,
Hillary-
by the way, why isn't that show Mika, Morning Mika?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. It's a great question.
Hillary
Never thought about it.
Hillary Clinton, who got a prime speaking spot last night, who we discussed earlier this morning, saying that she definitely hates Kamala Harris because of this, breaking the quote unquote glass ceiling. Cut 21, Phil, go.
I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States.
Did I get the feeling that she was talking about meritocracy there? You can go as far as hard work and talent will take you? Because that runs totally counter to this current administration.
Yeah.
Meritocracy is dead. Capitalism, dead. Hello, communism. Hello, checking off boxes and hitting 30% quotas. Okay. All right, Hillary. See, Hillary didn't read the program. Hillary's sounding actually like she's got some common sense right there. That's a very centrist view of Miss Clinton.
She's still bitter, though.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
She was screechy, and, I guess and let's face it, Chicago and Illinois, even though she grew up in Park Ridge, which is a wealthy suburb, she pointed out that her mom was born in Chicago, but she grew up in the wealthy suburbs, BTW, be like growing up on the main line and saying you grew up in Philadelphia. I'm just saying. But, they have to have her. So everybody on the B team that they want to, kind of hide away was on Monday night.
Let me ask you this question. This just popped into my head. For a while, it was probably last week, we heard the talking point of Trump is a little befuddled on how to attack Kamala Harris. Should Trump attack Kamala the same way he attacked Hillary? We always talk about running it back, right? Democrats are running the same strategy back from 2020. Can Trump run that back from 2016 and just insert Kamala and take out the name Hillary?
No, I think Hillary was a much more formidable candidate, quite frankly. And I think Kamala is a lightweight, and he should stick with whatever script they come up with.
Mm-hmm.
He should stick with it and not go to the personal attacks, other than saying she's a chameleon and she has switched policy. But he wins, like Greg said earlier, or maybe you said it too, Nick. But if he sticks with jobs and the economy and the border and security, boom, he wins it.
It's also easier because Hillary Clinton has been in the public eye since 1992.
Yeah.
You know
People
what I mean?
know her.
People know her. People know the corruption that is the Clintons.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kamala Harris, yes, she was vice president, but before that, she was an unknown.
To your point.
And I would even say that as a vice president, she was kind of unknown.
I was going to say, to your point, at best, she's been in the public eye for about 5 years.
She doesn't have the fingerprints on things that Hillary Clinton did. So no, he can't. He can't go after her the same way.
Yeah.
So then after Hillary spoke around 9:00 again, prime time, Kamala Harris appeared on stage for a brief surprise speech. This is how that sounded. This is cut 31. Philip, go.
I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible president, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you.
There you go.
I just circling back to kind of the way Pelosi has framed this is, I don't have anything against the president himself. It was the campaign. So what is it? They wanted to kick this guy to the curb and toss him into a dumpster, yet they also love what he has done. He's got the lowest approval rating of all time, yet Pelosi wants to put him on Mount Rushmore. The jockeying and back and forth and the flip-flopping, they don't love this guy. He was only as good to them as he was useful in beating Trump. And once they realized June 27th, there was no more hiding Biden, it ended. But they're still trying to sell us that they love Joe. I don't think anybody in this current administration really likes each other, because I don't think any of them are really great fits. Sometimes when you put a roster together, you have a bunch of this and a bunch of that, and it never really meshes and gels.
Yep.
That to me is what this administration is about. It's a bunch of, odd assembled parts, and they tried to put the puzzle together, but the pieces don't connect.
Agreed.
Yeah, but they all get in line. And, and that's just it. The Democrats, they all will get in line and follow each other and follow the talking points because they're looking at the prize and they are looking at winning. That's everything to them. And Hillary, Clinton getting up there, and it made me nauseous that I even had to watch it. and I know you're going to get to it, but I mean, when her, she just couldn't wait to talk about, the felony convictions and blah, blah, and then they're saying lock him up. And you think about Trump, and he's talked about this. They could have taken action. His administration could have gone after her, and he thought how horrible that would be for the country.
Yeah.
And it would be a former first lady and a former secretary of state and all of that. And he gave her a pass.
Right.
And so a lot of Trump supporters are saying, see, why did you give her or anybody a pass? Because that's like letting the, poisonous spider or the snake in your house loose. It's going to come back and bite you.
It's such a maddening thing in politics because you can see this administration, lack of continuity, chemistry, communication, cohesion. Remember Lloyd Austin disappeared nobody knew he was in the hospital dealing with whatever. It's the only industry or line of work where everybody can be on their own little separate thing and it still can result in a victory. You can't pull that off in sports. I'll give you football, for example. All 11 people have to do their job in the huddle and be on the same page, or the play doesn't get executed. Same thing in radio. If you have 3 people on a show or 2 people or whatever, everybody has to be on the same page, or a radio show will crash and burn in 6 months, and then they make changes. Yet in politics, for some reason, you can just grab all these little loose ends, put it together, and it comes down to something as elementary as men versus female this year.
And abortion.
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 Yep.
This is what Dawn was referring to. Cut 22. This is Hillary Clinton, where the chance of lock him up started. Cut 22, go.
Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial. And when he woke up, he made his own kind of history. The first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
With Wolf Blitzer?
There you go.
Let me just, as somebody who doesn't wish ill will on any politician, this is like, we might need to do, what do they call those things when you're concerned about a relative that's not answering health and wellness check?
A wellness check, yeah.
If Trump does win on November 5th, there's going to need to be a wellness check on that lady, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
I mean, what is she going to do?
She's doing just fine because, as a public servant, somehow they really, they became such millionaires.
Yeah.
The audacity of this woman to stand up there and actually have the nerve. Let's go into her bank. Wouldn't it be lovely to go into her bank accounts that are right here in Delaware, by the way, those secret accounts.
Or her emails.
And all of, she destroyed everything. She bleached everything. She destroyed all the evidence. Wow. This one's got some cojones. And by the way, where's Bill? Where's Bill Clinton?
He's going to speak, isn't he?
He's
going to speak tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he's scheduled tonight. I believe so.
Yeah, he's 100. Because there was a big debate on if the Democrats should embrace him or not.
Yeah, you can't be the party of decency and trot him out, right?
Yeah. Let me just get this last one in here before we break, because I think we've done a good,
an hour straight
job of tying this all together. This is when Joe Biden passes the baton to Kamala Harris, or so they say. Cut 24, Phil, go.
Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
They flashed to Nancy Pelosi. Look at her waving this. It's
I
amazing.
love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump.
There you go.
Joe's like the guy who's been told for a month that the in-laws are coming over for Thanksgiving, and then Thanksgiving comes and it's 2:00, and he says, "I got a lot to get done before they arrive." Oh, I mean, what hasn't he done in 3.5 years that he can somehow accomplish in the next 5 months? Whole bunch of nothing. And by the way, yeah, I know she's running for president, but what is she going to be doing as the vice president for the next 4 months? Is she officially checked out of that official capacity?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
Who's running things?
July 21st or whenever that announcement was made, she checked out, and she's on the campaign trail now with Wolsey.
Yeah,
Wolsey.
I like that. All right. Is that it?
I'm exhausted. I need to go towel off. We still have an hour to go. The best hour, by the way. Some say the best hour of the Kalin Company.
Some would say. Some would say the cucumber tastes better pickled. All right, coming up next, we'll get a Dawn Stensland, a big 3 at 9. And then what else do I got here? By the way, whoever printed my show sheet today double-sided it. They know I hate that, so I'm trying to excuse me if I can't find my sheet. Oh, yeah, SCOTUS, Title IX, rejecting Joe Biden. We're going to get to that as well. And then also, I've got a bit of an issue with what's going on with one outlet against one female sportscaster in the whole concept of DEI and staying in your lane and not talking politics when you're a sportscaster. We'll get to that as we continue as well. Morning mystery movie clip, voicemails, and a whole bunch more. But it's been a long time since we broke, so it's time for a potty break, right?
Exactly.
I think it's time for a potty break. All right, Kalin Company, we are back after this with hour number 4. Stay there.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The following is a paid commercial message.
President Biden's big inflation problem is still here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported, quote, more working Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. But instead of helping us, Senator Bob Casey backed President Biden's disastrous agenda. Casey voted with Biden 98% of the time, including for trillions in wasteful spending. All of that Washington spending made inflation worse, making families pay more. If that wasn't enough, Casey also voted repeatedly in favor of higher taxes on Social Security benefits. That's right, Senator Casey voted in favor of higher taxes on seniors' benefits, leaving seniors with less money in their pockets. Higher taxes for seniors and higher prices for everyone. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Discover the 2024 Tundra at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, get $1,000 customer cash or enjoy financing starting at just 1.99% APR. Or choose the all-new 2024 Tacoma and lease for $279 per month, or choose rates as low as 4.99% APR. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyToyota.com today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What? Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price. Yeah, I can't do half.
I could probably bump it up to like 50%.
Just go.
Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Don't miss the final home weekend of the regular season when the Mets visit Philly on Friday, September 13th at 6:40, Saturday, September 14th at 4:05, and Sunday, September 15th at 1:35. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Lace up your sneakers for Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases on Wednesday, August 28th, when fans 55 and over get a chance to circle the diamond following the Phillies-Astros game starting at 4:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kalin Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Okay, we'll do it live.
Kalin Company, 9:03, fourth and final hour underway on this Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenslin, Greg Stocker, as we head till 10 o'clock this morning. We will find out what occurred today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, your voicemails, Cut Sheet Part 2, which will follow Cut Sheet Part 1 about 20 minutes later. We went long there.
Yeah.
It was good, but we were late, too. We didn't start until 52.
Yeah, I'm thinking we'll just do voicemails.
Okay.
9:45.
All right.
Or 9:45.
Morning Mystery Movie Clip coming up in about 15 minutes, as well as Dawn Stensland's Big Three. A very interesting local story in Allentown, courtesy of WFMZ, pertaining to January 6th. We'll get to that coming up in Dawn's Big Three and some other stories as well. But I just wanted to pass along, I felt like over the weekend, lost in the shuffle, late on Friday, the Supreme Court denied the Biden administration's latest Title IX request. And I think that got glossed over a lot yesterday. So I just wanted to pass this along as the Supreme Court came down in a 5-4 decision denying the Biden administration's emergency request to partially reinstate its new Title IX rule. The sweeping changes to Title IX, which protects against sexual discrimination in schools, covering sexual orientation and gender identity for the first time. As we know, various Republicans, by the way, this story courtesy of The Hill, various Republican state attorney generals have persuaded judges to block implementation in roughly half of the country. Now, the decision is not a final ruling in the various lawsuits challenging the Title IX rule, and the cases will now return to the lower appeals courts. The matter could eventually return to the high court, which is, of course, the Supreme Court of the United States. And I want to just get to this story quickly. It's not my battle to fight. I just have a few observations after seeing it from afar play out on the cesspool that is known as social media. And I gave you this story last Wednesday when Tony Bruno was with us, and Tony will be with us again tomorrow. And we gave you the story about ESPN firing Sam Ponder, a Christian female conservative. A lot of people saying that it was because she was the only female to speak out against men in women's sports. I pushed back because I said they've also fired Robert Griffin III, liberal African-American male former quarterback who played for the Redskins when it was actually the same year Nick Foles was drafted. And I said, I don't think either of these firings have anything to do with politics. I think they were budget cuts. So, and I said, now I do think in the past, somebody like Sage Steele was discriminated against because she spoke out against the vaccine, and she is now working with Fox and other conservative outlets. She was let go, and I think her political commentary got her in trouble. But I want to point out two things. Number one, I've got a rip, and I didn't know this until I played at Bluebell Country Club on Saturday with one of our Zeoli Army listeners, Joe Snosowski. But Dan Orlovsky is an NFL analyst for ESPN, and apparently he's a Bluebell native. And he tweeted recently and deleted subsequent tweet, "Protect our daughters." And he deleted that tweet and came up with a very, very weak rationale and explanation for deleting the tweet, saying it's not reflective of ESPN's values. So if you say protect our daughters in this Title IX absurdity world that we live in, and then backpedal and delete an innocent tweet and a factual tweet and a tweet that you have every right to say that should never be viewed as offensive in any way, shape, or form, and say it's not reflective of ESPN's values, dude, grow a set, sack up, and be a man. Okay, I get it. You want to keep your job, but saying protect our daughters, you should never have to apologize for that as a man with two soon-to-be 10-year-old daughters. But then lastly, on the whole Title IX front, one thing I want to get to, and we gave you this when Bruno was with us last week. Mina Kimes, female talking head on ESPN. She's actually pretty good at what she does. So I don't label her a DEI hire. She's actually very talented. But my beef was, so she went on the Dan Le Batard podcast about 2 weeks ago. And remember when we were talking with Bruno last Wednesday, I talked about how she said, quote, Tim Walz, Kamala Harris's vice president selection, oozes masculinity, or he's the type of masculinity that you can get behind. Remember, ESPN has a policy in place. No politics to be discussed on the air, off the air, on social media, or on any other platform or network. So she goes on, shares her political views about Tim Walz, not a word about it. Sage Steele speaks out against the vaccine, And some would say it led to her dismissal and subsequent lawsuit, which I believe she's either still fighting or has won. You can't have it both ways. But now the latest update is, in light of Mina Kimes sharing her views, Outkick and Fox have asked her to comment on that, and she has hit back with the "I'm under attack." And this is the classic move out of the playbook, where she claims that Outkick and Fox have spread lies about her, to which they have commented multiple times saying, please provide us proof of these lies. And all she has shown is the hatred that she gets on social media, which I'm not defending. But the reality is this: there's always a bunch of asshats on social media saying ill-spirited, hateful stuff. But here's what I would say to Mina Kimes. If you can't handle the fire, then don't go into the kitchen. That's the old adage, right? So if you don't like some of the political pushback that you're getting, don't speak out on politics. Stay in your lane. And I'm so tired of those that are in these, quote, marginalized communities that share a political view when they're not paid to be political commentators, that then get offended when somebody starts to jab back at them as if you didn't expect it. It's real simple. If you're not paid to talk about Republicans and Democrats and left and right, and you do that, well, then you bring that upon yourself. And I'm not defending any bigotry, hatred, or racism, because she certainly gets it, and I've seen it, and it's wrong. But if you have a political view and you want to share it, sometimes that stuff comes back at you. And when you make a claim that somebody has lied about you or smeared you, you owe it to the people that you're making the accusation to and of to provide subsequent proof. And if you can't do that, then I'm sorry, you have no merit to your claim. And I just wanted to point that out because I think that's ridiculous. If you're going to say you're under attack and somebody has lied about you, prove it. And oh, by the way, defamation cases and lawsuits like that, slander, libel, very difficult to prove in a court of law. All of that just because I wanted to get to the Supreme Court story with Title IX. So the Biden administration takes an L on that. We'll see how it plays out. But Title IX, very important to me as a dad with twin daughters, but also I would think for the females in our audience, because surprise, surprise, we do pretty well in the female demos as far as this show goes. And I think that matters to a lot of females. So 9/11 on this Tuesday morning.
Title IX.
Yeah.
Created by under the Nixon administration back in the day in the 70s, but is it really a form of discrimination? Should we have had it at all? I mean, anytime the government gets involved in something and creates something, and obviously I've always been a supporter of Title IX, but it makes you look at it and say now they've manipulated it, and it's blasphemous in many ways, and we can see all the good that Title IX has done, but in truth, is it not a form of discrimination? And it hurts male sports because you look at boys, the certain boys sports, they have to take the top athletes who are male don't all get the scholarships because they have to earmark scholarships for girls. So at the end of the day, is it an example? I know I'm saying something controversial that a lot of people are not going to support, but if we want to be fair, well, what about Title IX? It's a form of discrimination. They discriminate against boys and or the top athletes. Well, do they not?
See, I view it as a form of protection and equal rights for females. And I also think at the end of the day...
But it's the money, Nick.
Well, yes, but do you think any man in any sport, do you think there are actually truly great male athletes that aren't latching on with scholarship money elsewhere?
Yeah, it's true.
At the expense of a female?
Believe me, I'm living it right now. Trust me, I'm having every conversation with every, parent with high school boys. Some of them who are top national athletes. They're not all going to get scholarships.
But you're not implying that this leads to men to compete in women's sports, are you?
No.
Okay.
I'm simply implying that Title IX, by its very nature, earmarks scholarship money not for the top athletes, but it separates by gender and guarantees certain scholarships for girls.
So what schools are we talking about here?
Every school, Nick. Every school.
Like
high schools, grade schools.
No.
Colleges.
Okay, I'm thinking you were talking about like scholarships for like big time colleges.
Yeah.
Because
that too.
I find it hard to believe that if like let me just throw out a generic local example. That if Penn State really wants a certain athlete on whatever sports program for men varsity college athletics, football, basketball, baseball, wrestling, whatever it might be, they find a way to get that person if it comes down to dollars and cents.
If it's
not
a
at the
top
expense
one, but
of
it's
a
not
female.
necessarily the top ones.
Okay.
Like we were just in North Carolina for the Junior Olympics.
Give me like
so let
an
me just give you a small example.
Sure.
So since we were right there in Greensboro, North Carolina, we said we have some female cousins who are at Elon. So we set up a college tour for David because we're looking at colleges, right? So we go to Elon. Well, guess what? They don't even they have all kinds of girls track and girls throw and all of that and all these girls sports, but they don't have it for males. Why is that? Title IX.
They don't have a track and field team?
Not for throws. And look it up. I mean,
okay. Was that shot put or discus? Or?
I don't even know if it's a full track meet for the guys, but they're not going to offer scholarships because they're going for the girls with the Title IX.
Okay.
That's why the Junior Olympics right now. Look at the Junior Olympics by far. It's at least, 3-1 girls.
So is this
Title IX?
So do you think? So are you implying that this is more of the
discrimination?
Well, is this more of the DEI push at the expense of Title IX? Because that's what I'm. That's
by
what I'm
its
getting.
very nature, at the times, my dad told me this. I was like, my dad said this to me. He goes, Title IX, when Nixon, who was a very moderate California Republican, when Nixon, when he proposed that and put that in, it was controversial because people said, wait a minute, this is discrimination against men and boys in sports. It really is, if we want to be honest. And now the manipulation of Democrats now using it, which is it's crazy to me what they're doing, and they're claiming that it protects against bullying people in the LGBTQ plus community, which it does not. Read Biden's executive order. In fact, it allows schools and organizations to actually hide, to conceal what's really going on. It's the opposite. So there's that going on. But technically, I would submit to you, and I know this is controversial.
I did not see this take coming from Dawn.
I know, but technically, if we're going to be fair, then we should privatize it all and let private scholarships and all of that. And obviously now it's going to all change anyway because the top athletes can in college and whatnot can now earn, have their own endorsements.
Right.
But I will just submit to you, anytime the government puts in place something like this kind of a mandate, which technically discriminates against one group.
Well, and see, this is why I think we should just let the marketplace play out, because this might sound discriminatory to women, but most women's sports, short of women's college basketball, in certain big programs, UConn, Tennessee, things like that, do not generate revenue. So to me, if I'm looking at, and I'm not talking about, Pee-wee youth sports, talking about big time college athletics where you go to school on a scholarship, they have TV contracts, they're in a big conference, generating, a lot of revenue. I'm sorry, men or women, if your sport doesn't generate revenue, which most of them don't, usually it's the football program and the basketball program that fund the rest of the athletic department.
Yeah.
To me, if it came down to dollars and cents, it comes down to, who makes more money and who is a financial liability? If you're a financial liability and you got to trim some fat, the sports that don't generate the revenue are usually the ones that close up shop.
But they don't because of Title IX. And so does Title IX, by its nature, first of all, it's really discrimination. It's not fair against boys and young men's sports, A. But B, does it also fuel some of these price hikes that we see because they offer these huge scholarships and look at the cost of college that back in the day used to be more affordable. Now it's not.
Very interesting. All right. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, let's get to some news before our movie mystery clip. It's time for a Dawn Stenzelin Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kalin Company.
And Big 3, sponsored by United Tire this morning. Number 1, Kayal, thank you for this story. This is a former Pennsylvania school teacher who actually sued her school district, accusing the school district of violating his civil rights for attending a Stop the Steal rally in Washington, D.C. That famous, now infamous rally, I guess you'd say, January 6th of 2021, Well, he has won in U.S. District Court. So it happened Friday night. Federal jury awarding the former social studies teacher $131,500 following a 2-week trial right here in Philadelphia. Jason Moorhead, we talked about this when he filed. We talked about the case way back when. But Jason Moorhead accused the district of actually violating his constitutional rights for, and this report is FMZ in the Lehigh Valley.
Yep.
For basically, dragging his name through the mud, alleging that he had taken a more active role in the events at the nation's capital January 6th, and he said he did not. His attorney argued and told the federal jury that Mr. Moorhead, for 17 years, taught kids in the Allentown School District and was wrongfully fired by the district because of his conservative views.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not too often that you hear public school teachers come out and support their allegiance to a Republican or Donald Trump. So I know one of the main reasons I wanted to give that one to you is so many times we've had these stories where, 3 years later, somebody was in the Capitol for 7 minutes on January 6th and they were picking their nose and then the feds just arrested them 3 years later. So a victory on the other side.
So the school district, by the way, says they respect the jury's verdict and they have no other comments. So it sounds like they are not going to appeal this thing, but the Allentown School District has to pay all of this money for damages and ordered to pay, among other things, for, quote, maliciously and wantonly violating his constitutional rights.
How about that? All right.
So good for this social studies teacher. It'll be interesting to see, maybe he'll better luck teaching in a different district or in the private system,
Might want to head down maybe to Bucks County or Berks. I'm not sure that plays well in the Allentown School District. As somebody who knows the Allentown School District quite well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's where you were educated.
3
locally.
hellhole high schools up there. You have William Allen, Deeriff High School, and another Allentown Central Catholic, but it's a Catholic school.
By the way, your former classmate, Michael LaRosa.
I saw that. You texted me last night. I'm like, who's she talking about here? And then you sent me the picture of his mug on TV.
So you were cute. You said, I guess he's looking for a job. But
yeah, because he's former advisor to Dr. Jill or some role he had.
So he was on with Laura Ingraham and had a tongue-in-cheek kind of interview, and she was rather chummy with him. And he was a good sport, I will say. To your point, he's looking for another job.
Yeah, he's only a bad sport when he came on my show one time. Maybe it's me. I don't know.
Maybe have him on again.
We should we should try to get him on. I got to see if he still has me blocked on Twitter.
Oh, that would be fun.
Did
he unblock you?
He might.
As he's job hunting. So day 2, this Tuesday of the DNC, we'll be watching that one very carefully. And we have Pennsylvania center stage. Who's not there? Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania is not attending, and he says, hey, this is 4 days that I can spend with my children. They haven't gone back to school yet. So he's claiming that it's all about his kids, not mentioning the fact that obviously he disagrees with the Biden-Harris philosophy of supporting Hamas and pro-Palestinian.
That is correct. I also have a story here from Fox on Fetterman. A Fetterman spokeswoman has been reamed for reportedly contradicting her boss on Israel. So it looks like a little bit of a dissension within the ranks in the Fetterman office. Probably one lady that's far, far more pro-Palestinian. As we know, Fetterman is taking a pretty hardline stance on Israel and their right to exist.
That's so true. We also have, by the way, locally here at Philadelphia, high-profile Philadelphia Democrat, State Representative Malcolm Kenyatta. He will be one of the speakers tonight at the DNC in Chicago about the economic threats, and I'm quoting here from his group or his page, that he's going to talk about the, quote, economic threats contained in Project 2025, which is the conservative blueprint to reshape America and driving Trump's campaign. So he's running for state auditor general on the ballot, taking the second of 4 nightly spots to talk about the consequences of. They're really focusing on this Project 2025.
Oh, well, yes, they have to. That's all they have. They have abortion dictator on day one, bloodbath, and Project 20. How many times does the Trump campaign have to say they have nothing to do with Project 2025? How many times do they have to say it? Maybe they should just legitimately fly those little airplanes with the banners across the shore. I love those things, by the way.
And Michelle Obama is today, by the way.
Oh, okay. So she and
former First Lady
Barack.
Michelle.
Okay.
So I believe Michelle is today as well.
Primetime speech, yeah.
And then Bill Clinton, Barack Obama tomorrow, Wednesday.
Right. So if Joe got out at 11:50 last night, they'll trot Obama out around, what, 1:15 a.m.?
So think about that. Hillary Clinton, there were no cutaways of Bill that I saw.
I didn't see him in attendance at all.
It didn't look like he was there, or at least not in attendance.
I got away from Hillary a little
Man.
bit.
Yeah.
How low energy is he going to be tonight? I mean, he legitimately, in all honesty, looks awful.
I don't know. We'll see. In the past, he actually is a pretty good speaker, but we'll see. See about him.
Looks like a corpse.
Number 3. I'm going to go with number 3, something we haven't talked a lot about, and that is confirmation from the administration, from our government, that yes, the Trump campaign was indeed hacked by Iran, something that Iran denies and says they did not do, but that is one of the headlines, that Iran hacked Trump's campaign and actually tried to hack Biden and Harris's. And this from U.S. intelligence agencies, that confirmation.
I guarantee you we're going to hear these stories another half dozen times between now and November 5th, from Iran to Russia to China to domestic hackers. Get ready. I think there's going to be a hack fest this fall.
Well, we are sponsored by United Tire this morning. Stop by United Tire. Say you want to trade in your tires. You're going to get $100 off 4 new tires. And you'll get no-fault road hazard coverage free. That includes free maintenance like rotations, flat repairs, and much more. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Thank you, United Tire, for sponsoring our Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Your voicemails coming up next as we continue on Kalin Company. But first, a word from my friends at Piazza Mercedes. Oh, and we are talking about the Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. And when you think Mercedes, you think the finest, right? Well, you also think about sleek and stylish, exquisite features on the outside. And then you get inside and you're like, wow, just got even better. It's packed with advanced technology on the inside, touchscreen interface, AI voice recognition. It's sure to impress you. I sat down in that 2024 C300 Coupe back in May, and man, I got to tell you, I was like, if I ever get rid of the truck, I'm going Benz, baby. I'm going Benz. Benz, baby, Benz, as Mr. Trump would say when he says drill, baby, drill. Turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower. So you're getting a lot of bang, a lot of punch, and you're not getting destroyed at the gas tank. Available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or down at the shore in Atlantic City. Shop online anytime right now. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com.
The exclusive crash-proof retirement system is tried and true, outperforming the market through the worst of economic times, as it did for crash-proof consumer Larry Kipp. In 2007, Mr. Kipp's crash-proof system earned 15.8% interest, outperforming the S&P. When the crash of '08 struck and the market dropped over 37%, his crash-proof system lost nothing. Mr. Kipp did not have to recover from the crash. His system credited 10.8% interest permanently to his account, as others tried to recoup what they already had.
People talking about all the money that they lost, and I could sit there and say, well, I didn't lose any. I knew that I couldn't lose principal, and so when the crash came, I knew my money was safe. I would say that there is a crash-proof retirement. I have proof of it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been telling you about one of the greatest finds of Mama Zioli, besides me, of course, and that's our dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike. His level of care and commitment to dental excellence is unmatched. Now, if you've been putting off seeing a dentist or getting that complex dental procedure done, I don't want to sound like Mama Zioli, but what are you waiting for? Take care of your teeth. So important. You got to have a great smile. You got to look your best. Plus, Dr. Mike and his staff make it so easy to have that beautiful, healthy smile. Dr. Mike has been named a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. I promise you won't be disappointed with Dr. Mike. So if you haven't been to the dentist or you're on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your appointment or free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Following is a paid commercial message.
President Biden's big inflation problem is still here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported, quote, more working Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. But instead of helping us, Senator Bob Casey backed President Biden's disastrous agenda. Casey voted with Biden 98% of the time, including for trillions in wasteful spending. All of that Washington spending made inflation worse, making families pay more. If that wasn't enough, Casey also voted repeatedly in favor of higher taxes on Social Security benefits. That's right, Senator Casey voted in favor of higher taxes on seniors' benefits, leaving seniors with less money in their pockets. Higher taxes for seniors and higher prices for everyone. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Come on, feel the noise.
All right, Kalin Company. As we continue, voicemails, cut sheet coming up in just a moment. 9 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Piazza Auto Group. Dream days are here. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City and discover exceptional offers on the 2024 C-Class and E-Class sedans, as well as the all-new CLE Coupe and CLE Cabriolet. Visit them at piazzaautogroup.com. For more information, Gregory, what do we have remaining on the cut sheet part due?
What's on the cut sheet?
Part due. What's on the cut sheet part due, sponsored by Macy's. Back to school at Macy's is all about fresh starts and new looks. Save on must-haves like cargos, mini dresses, jeans, and more that'll hold up from the first day of school to the last. Plus, you'll find all the top quality brands you love. Shop Macy's and make the first day back to school the best one yet. Check out Macy's.com/back-to-school today. Macy's.com/back-to-school. Thank you, Macy's, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part Due. We played a lot of... By the way, Dawn, Paul writes in.
Hey, Paul.
Paul's a frequent listener. He listens all the day. He owns some sort of like landscaping business or something. He says, tell Dawn 4 years in the Marine Corps and David will get a free ride and housing paid at any college he wants.
Nope. David, we've had the discussion.
Yeah.
He would... David would love to join the Marine Corps. Don't even go there.
By the way, just shout out to Paul. Paul Tiers Landscaping, I guess it is. I don't know.
Thank you. No, believe that's just it. You know, you talk about Gen Z, but they're huge difference between girls and the boys and the young males. But no, he would love to join the U.S. Marines. It's just this is me. Maybe I shouldn't interject, but he has really bad asthma.
Yeah.
And so I freak out about that stuff. But he's like, it's manageable.
So you've told him no, it's off the table.
Yep.
Good for
So
you.
Paul probably hates me now, but he's there.
We will get to your voicemails coming up in about 10 minutes. So if you left a voicemail or if you haven't done so yet, please hit the microphone button and leave us a voicemail. We love them. We will play them at the end of the show. By the way, if you left them and we haven't played it yet, there is a little bug in the system that we may have accidentally deleted it. So please, I don't know. It's a new system. So we're not, I'm the one running it. So if it was my user error, I apologize. But leave a voice message again if you have not heard yours yet. Okay, let's go to TikTok, shall we? This is cut 11, Phil. We haven't played any mental breakdowns lately. This is a woman who said that Trump stole her family.
Stole it. Okay.
Hmm?
All right.
We talk about mental breakdowns in this country and about how nobody has purpose or a purpose-driven life.
Yeah.
Dono said, this is Exhibit A. Cut 11, Phil, go.
So, who else has lost their family to Trump?
Oh, boy. Uh-oh.
I had this horrible conversation with my dad.
This is not my mother-in-law.
My dad. My sister-in-law. My sister-in-law. They're still, after all this, they're still Trump supporters. And it's like, how can I respect you? How can I respect you if you are still a Trump supporter when you have a daughter and a great-granddaughter?
Wait. This is a work, right? I mean,
it has to be.
This has to be at work, doesn't it?
Well, ma'am, I hate to break it to you. I have twin daughters, and I'm supporting Trump. Yeah, you know what? My family has been stolen by Trump because my family wants more money and less wars and a border.
Oh, boy.
The humanity. I can't live. You will not get a stocking stuffer, you scoundrel.
You guys, I have family members like this.
Oh, yeah?
You know,
I mean, my mother-in-law
in-law.
has TDS, but she's never exhibited that. Like that.
No, I have that. I have
You have this?
somebody like that.
You have this?
Who's not a blood relative, but who's like married.
Everybody needs
it's
to
a shame.
Everybody needs to calm the F down. Okay?
I know.
We'll be fine.
But this
Relax.
makes me sad.
Oh my God.
This right here, and I refuse to engage. And I tell my family members, you know what? Donald J. Trump, he loves his family.
Well,
he loves his family, and Biden loves his family. Like these people would never want you to separate from your family. So just don't talk about politics, but don't allow your family to be separated.
I'm shallow and I take joy in people's misery, so I'm gonna play a little more.
Oh no, she's
with my dad.
She's a kook.
Stop.
She's
she
a kook.
is, but she's somebody's daughter.
Oh, who cares?
It's in a country song.
She's a kook.
God, lady, get it together.
Did bad things to me.
Clip your nails.
All right, okay. I can't take it.
What did she say?
I don't know.
Who
Somebody
knows?
did bad things to her.
46 years old, and she's
Crying on Facebook or on
president.
TikTok.
Good.
Well, she's obviously has mental.
Yeah.
Like she has mental.
Then get on the
issues.
flight with Barbara Streisand and get out.
Yeah.
How many cats does she?
Too
I'm
many.
Just teasing.
All right, voicemails
yeah.
coming up next. Stay right there.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit NJDiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. When you've got kids going back to school, life can feel like it's always on the go, go, go. That's why Tasty Cake has go-to snacks for everyone in your family. Whether it's a fluffy crimpet with smooth icing, a creamy peanut butter candy cake, or a sweet cinnamony pecan swirl, Tasty Cake has something unique for everyone. When it's back to school, go for what they love, Tasty Cake. Except no substitutes.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned. That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bisaccia from Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts, no worries. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep. That's a big deal.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Chip Snapper's moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Hey, mama said the way you move gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove.
Kalin Company, 9:45 Tuesday morning, 15 minutes out from the Dawn Show. We'll find out what's on tap for the top of the hour in just a few moments. Also, what occurred today in music history, courtesy of Phil Almquist. But right now, our new little shiny toy. Time for our voicemails. It's like the Kamala Harris of this program. We're still in the honeymoon phase of your messages.
Kamala ruin America, Kamala screwing America, spreading her joy in America, Kamala destroy America.
Well done, sir. Well done, sir. 8.2. Nice work. Nice work.
Good morning. I love your show. I listen to WPHT all day long, but I keep having to turn off the programs.
Oh, no.
Because of that awful Bet Rivers jingle.
Oh, no.
That plays every 5 minutes,
Sorry.
all day, all night,
Sorry.
all week,
Oh, boy.
all month, all year.
Yeah.
It's worse than Cars for Kids.
Oh, no.
And
Well-
I've told Odyssey about it.
Uh-oh.
I tell everybody about it.
Tell
it
us.
makes me crazy.
Uh-oh.
I know you won't play this because
No,
it
we
is a
will.
sponsor,
No,
but I
we
just
will.
wanted you to know. Thanks.
But, sweetie, that's how we stay afloat to give you this great content.
But I will say this, that there is we have to up the Odyssey app a little bit by spreading these commercials out a little more.
Oh, is this an
Because
app
you're right.
only
Yes,
spot?
Yes.
Okay, because I haven't heard this on the actual radio.
No, it's an app only spot. So all I can say is if you hear that ad a lot, contact Odyssey support. Let them know, and they will change it for you because there's some sort of glitch in there. So.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we love Bet Rivers, so thank you for that. But yes, you shouldn't have to hear the same ad 25 times during a commercial break.
Okay. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
All right.
So,
Ridiculous.
thank you. But thank you for listening.
Yes.
And of course we'll play it because that's what we do here.
Yeah, free speech.
Yeah, this is Rick Nail.
Rick Nail.
Got to tell you, these Odyssey radio people playing softball.
Oh boy. Dawn.
What a bunch of losers.
You recognize
Put
this
the
voice?
ball in play, for God's sakes. Man.
Boy.
Is that Josh Shapiro trying to be Obama?
Dawn,
Who was that?
Dawn, did you recognize that voice at all?
Who the hell is Rick Nail?
Rick Nail. Never heard of him.
My alter
Never
ego,
heard of him.
maybe.
Yeah.
Oh. Weird.
Got to be honest, guys. The Sean Ferris, a little bit too much.
Too much. Okay.
Ah, here we go.
What's too much?
You guys are laughing like you're
front row at a Gallagher comedian show.
Okay.
Let's move on and talk about the topics.
Yeah, the topics.
It's
yes.
not that funny.
It's not that funny. You're right. You're right. The topics. What topic would you like, sir?
Hold
what
on.
topic would you like?
Was he saying Sean on the
Yes.
Friday?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is his name Francis? Lighten up, Francis.
Oh, God.
Play it again in the beginning so people that couldn't hear it. So.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Got to be honest, guys.
Yeah.
The Sean Ferris, a little bit too much.
There you go. Well, just so you just for your liking, 8:30 Friday morning, Skip.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, maybe we can.
Maybe we can spend 2 more hours talking about Trump v. DeSantis. By the way, he'll be guest co-hosting with you and Dawn Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. So.
Oh, are you off?
Of course.
Of course. It's his end of summer sabbatical.
Of course. Dare you question my work ethic?
I'm not. You'll
Yeah.
probably still be submitting it.
All right, so let's keep a running list of things we need to get rid of. So no more Sean.
No more Sean.
Too much Bruno. Should we get rid of Bruno?
Probably.
No,
three
I'll
people in the chat that
leave.
don't
Dawn will leave. Greg will leave, and we'll
definitely
just we'll put on maybe Sean Hannity can do morning drive.
Get back to the topics, guys. We
Well-
want to hear topics.
No,
like it's
I
1975 radio. The topics. The topics. You say a topic, and we call in and discuss it. Shut up.
I think that he would agree that maybe he feels there will be more time for laughter after Trump wins November 5th. So next 2025, we look forward to more laughter.
Hey, Greg, when those August 2024 numbers come out, and you send that email out every month that you've done for 22 consecutive months,
well,
send it to that guy as well.
Okay, Ann would like us to get rid of Bruno. Okay, Ann, just for you, Bruno's gone.
Really?
No problem. No problem.
Aw.
Anybody else? We're taking requests. You know what? I'm done with the voicemail thing. I've had it with the voicemail thing. I'm done with it. I don't want it anymore. I don't
We don't
like
care
it.
about the climate.
I don't like
feedback.
people calling in and telling us what they don't like about the show.
Ann would say,
Just give me the damn 5-day forecast and try to be accurate. That's all I want.
All right, I'm done now.
By the way, speaking of the forecast, do you see in the bottom of our YouTube screen? It's now 64.9 degrees Fahrenheit. Are we that detailed? We're throwing in the 0.9?
Sure.
I've never seen that before.
All right.
By the way, what's the difference in 64 degrees versus 65? Has anybody ever figured that out?
1 degree.
1 degree? Okay. I was just need clarification. Dawn, what do you have coming up at the top of the hour that somebody might have an issue with that we should consider axing?
There's no laughter coming up.
No.
We're going to talk about all the policies. I'm going to take you through because
my car. Get rid of Greg, Dawn, and Nick.
Right. Yeah, so then this will no longer be played.
I want my go to Greg. It'll be Jimmy Kelly. He'll be doing Rush Limbaugh imitation.
There you go.
No, I will get serious. I'm going to take you through and fact check because there were so many just blatant lies and bias and just lies last night. And I was yelling at the TV and, to the point I woke somebody up in the family. They were like, what is going on? So I will take you through that. But we have great guests, great interviews, and very serious. We're going to get to the topics.
Yeah, no fun, Dawn.
No fun.
No fun.
Here's
No
what I want.
laughter.
I want a topic. I want you to pose a question to the audience. I want you to give out the phone number.
That's
fill
right.
the board up. Let's get the phone line 7 deep because I was told phone calls matter for sports radio success. If your board's empty, you're not talking about what the people want to hear.
Okay.
1997 hack consultants. Get out of my face.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kalin Company.
Today, August 20th, we celebrate the birthdays of Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit, who's now 54, and Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin, who's now 76. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Doug Fieger of The Knack, Isaac Hayes, Phil Lynott, and Dimebag Darrell from Pantera. We also lost Frankie Banali from Quiet Riot on this day in 2020, and Matt Roberts from Three Doors Down in 2016. And ironically, that is my next show Friday night.
Oh, here we go.
Singles include Angie by the Stones in 73. Albums include Graffiti Bridge by Prince, as well as Empire by Queensryche, both in 1990. 4 came out by Huey Lewis and the News in 86, and October Rust by Type O Negative in 96. In 83, Madness, Joan Jett, The Police, and R.E.M. all appeared at JFK Stadium here in Philly. In 2016, the Tragically Hip play their final show, and in 83, Taco's cover of Irving Berlin's song Puttin' on the Ritz reaches number 9 on the Hot 100. making Irving Berlin the oldest living songwriter at 95 years old to land a top 10. But lastly, on this day in 92, a U.S. doctor filed a $35 million lawsuit against the Southwest Bell Phone Company. He alleged his wife died because he could not reach 911 due to all the lines being jammed by people trying to buy Garth Brooks tickets. Definitely not me. For Kalin Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Great work, Philip Gregory. Let's get to Twitter.
Who won Twitter?
John from Mayfair. He says Elmo lost her family to Trump, too.
Emma lost her family.
John from Mayfair wins Twitter. There you go.
All right, nice work out of everybody. We appreciate it. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. If you don't like the show, I don't know, go listen to Dan Bongino. I don't give a rip. Get out of my face.
Good night, everybody.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go